I must break the code. I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun.
Ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love herself. Only a shepherd. Holy light. May the holy light I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light.
Double kill.
May the holy light darkness. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light. I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Impressive. First blood.
Holy light.
Impressive. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light dark. I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. While others run for self. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill. Mega kill.
May the holy light guide. I am the chosen one.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
ชิดวันphải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kylie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kylie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Welcome to day number 2 of the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. My name is Kim. Together with me is GG, still your shoutcasters for day number 2. You've already seen action-packed games in day number 1 or Group A stages, and now we're going to be heading over to the Group B stages, wherein the teams that you haven't seen play just yet, they are going to be playing today, namely IDNS Esports, Study for Life, and Nightmare Esports and Evo Esports as well. So if you guys are a fan of those teams, they are going to be playing today in the Group B stages. So don't forget to tune in to all of the games today.
Yes, and also, congratulations to MDH Esports and WAWA Gaming for being the ones to qualify for Group A. So they're the ones waiting to whoever is going to be winning in today's scheduled games, which is quite similar towards yesterday as well. 6 sets of games set in store for you guys, starting off with the match of Study for Life and Nightmare Esports. This time, I think it's gonna be a much more jam-packed action game since IDONOTSLEEP Esports is involved here, and of course our prize pool is a whopping 10,000 US dollars distributed from the first place towards the last places 5th to 8th. But of course, not only is the prize pool the most important factor here, the champion will also be the one to qualify for the M4 World Championship. So here are the participants for this tournament, but we have already said our goodbyes towards some of the teams like XCT team and CATTY gang. So they put up a good fight, but hopefully when we see them next time, they're gonna be much better to challenge these other teams.
Yes, truly. IDNS has been the one to represent the Mekong region in the MSC, and let's see if they will be able to head over to the playoffs. This is our tournament stages, by the way, and we just finished with Group A yesterday, so we're gonna be heading over to Group B for today. Still 4 teams for you guys, and eventually these Group A and Group B will actually meet in the next stage of the tournament, and then eventually we'll find out who will be heading over to the playoffs. Only one slot will be given to these teams here in the Mekong region. This was the schedule yesterday and the match results. Of course, like what Gigi mentioned, it's going to be MDH Esports from Vietnam and WAWA Gaming from Laos, who will be the ones that topped the Group A stages. So they will be the ones who will actually head over to the brackets, which was flashed in to you guys yesterday. So match results, most of the time it's the blue side winning the matches. So let's see if that will be the same trend for the Group B stages. And there you have it, the rankings for yesterday. 100%. MDH was completely dominating the matches yesterday. They haven't lost a single game, scoring 3 points, and of course followed by WAWA Gaming. Not a very good start yesterday, but they were able to pull off 2 more wins in the
Yeah.
last 2 games that they've had. So fantastic, fantastic matches. But again, we'd like to extend our gratitude and thanks as well to CATTY Gang as well as XCT for participating in the qualifiers. And Gigi, let's take a look at this. We have the bracketing already.
Yeah. MDH Esports on and WAWA Gaming on the upper bracket already, waiting for whoever's gonna be winning here at Group B. And of course, next sets of games on the weekend, of course, will be best of threes this time. So extended series can be possible since we're already starting to come closer towards the grand finals. So this is where the initial part becomes very important. Your momentum is based on how you start your games and how you start the tournament. Just like MDH Esports starting it off with dominating wins in day number 1, this time in day number 2 for Group B. These teams should be looking forward to not only win their games but also study their opponents, because there's a chance that that one of these teams will be the ones, you know, battling against the ones of Group A, and it will take a lot of preparation and also studying to be able to dissect the information and also be able to beat them as well. So now we talked about this game yesterday, that these sets of games might be much closer, or the matchups might be more intense compared to yesterday, because yesterday we saw a lot of sad moments, especially on the side of XCT and CATTY Gang as well. CATTY Gang started off with a win against WAWA Esports, if I'm not mistaken, against XCT. However, they couldn't, you know, challenge WAWA Gaming. What more MDH Esports? For XCT, I think they have a lot to improve. So hopefully we do see more of them, a better form of them rather, in the next tournament that we see them. But now, here, Study for Life, NIIGHTMARE Esports, Evo Esports, IDONOTSLEEP Esports. We're looking at IDONOTSLEEP Esports right now because we saw them last time being the champion in the MSC Mekong Qualifier. But we have equally challenging contenders as well, like NIIGHTMARE Esports and Evo Esports. I'm not familiar with Study for Life, but I'm looking forward to seeing them perform quite well since they are our first match.
Yeah, I am actually checking out the team names here. In my notes, actually, Study for Life, I'm seeing some familiar IGN, so I'm not so sure. Let's see if ever those are still the players who will be playing. So I think this is an entirely new. Either it's a part of an organization, they changed it to have a different name to be able to come here. And as for NIIGHTMARE Esports, this is a staple name in the Laos MLBB scene, so still the same. Jasmine, Cami, Sosol, and Juviana. And I do think they have a new player, so my Princess Lala. It's a very long name, so my princess. So let's see if they will be the ones actually playing. Here we have it. The drafting phase for the very first game of the Group B qualifiers. You got Study for Life and NIIGHTMARE Esports. Yeah, Princess Lala. It's really long, but it's the rest of the members here of NIIGHTMARE Esports are still the same. Who could ever forget Sosol Jasmine combination in the mid lane? I'm not so sure if you were the one casting this one with me. So I mean, aside from the Mekong qualifiers, I've casted several games of Laos teams as well. So I've seen Jasmine and Soso pull off like an Atlas in the mid lane, Bovius in the mid lane, and even a Kaja. I'm not so sure if you see that, but they are one of the teams that actually are able to pull that off. But for now, they're going to be going with some meta bans here in the Mekong region. Grok, we've seen this several times yesterday, and the Faramis, GG.
Yeah, I think we have seen the trend as well, the prioritization on the fan, especially after the incredible performance of MDH Esports yesterday. So now we can safely assume that it is going to be banned away as well. Study for Life and NIIGHTMARE Esports, though, not looking at the Valentina just yet, although the Faramis has been taken away. Now, as we see Study for Life banning out the Atlas, I don't think maybe they are opting to go with compositions that actually have a lot of mobility but kind of lack on the group up setup. And now Nightmare Esports might catch them off guard. There's a lot of heroes though that is kind of similar with the Atlas, so Study for Life should be very careful, especially like heroes like the Kufra, for instance. I think it would have been better if they have just banned out other heroes and taken in the Diggy for their extra protection. But it can work for them at the end. I mean, they do have first pick priority. They can settle with the Valentina first pick and move on from that.
Yeah, definitely the Valentina is one of the picks that I would never open up, especially if it's in this situation. There's a lot of things that the Valentina can do, especially with its ultimate. This is the reason why it was released back in 2021, GG. It's already 2022, and this hero is still one of the top banned heroes for a reason. The Paquito as well seems to be a one of the rising picks as well in the Mekong region. That's jungler, XP, and even gold. And for Nightmare Esports, this is kind of like Study for Life, telling them, ban away the Valentina. We are the ones that are on the blue side, so we have the prio pick here, not unless they want to take something specific out. I mean, since Study for Life, this is a team that you mentioned that we don't really have much of an information. The 1-1 is also going to be the ban here for Nightmare Esports, which I think, despite the nerfs that was given to the 1-1, it's still pretty much very viable in the gold lane. So if this is the case, if they ban out the Valentina, Study for Life can go for the Akai or the Julian. That's really the staple. And the Fanny. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. On point, GG, the Fanny, which means Valentina is open here.
Yeah, that was big brain plays coming from Study for Life. They took out the Paquito, saying to Nightmare Esports that if you don't ban out the Fanny, then we'll take it. No one, basically no one can directly counter the Fanny anymore. So now Nightmare Esports focus on banning it out, since it is the most, meta or preferred hero in the region. And we have seen it being used already yesterday phenomenally well by MDH Esports. So now it gives priority for the Valentina. Good response though by Nightmare Esports, now building a team fight base composition. And this is what we talked about earlier. You ban out the Grok, you ban out the Atlas. It would have been better if you just took in the Diggy, for instance, so that you would have that safety net for your team, because there are other heroes that can initiate quite well, like the Akai, and now paired up with the
Claude.
The Claude for the Blazing Duet. So that is a team fight based composition yet again being drafted here by Nightmare Esports. It's gonna be challenging here for Study for Life. Although, Study for Life are drafting quite well as well. With the Melissa, now the Julian, that is a lot of damage. What they're lacking right now is the frontline power that they should have right now. People or heroes that can soak up the damage and also create some space for these damage dealers.
Yeah, the Julian has been picked up here. I was actually anticipating Nightmare Esports to pick up an Akai and a Julian, two very S-tier, A-tier heroes, but Nightmare Esports is going to be picking up the Esmeralda, directly banning away the D-Rot as well for them to win the lane. So again, the Julian here might be the jungler for Study for Life. They already got insane bursts, insane toolkits as well, and Study for Life is going to ban away the Lilia. I like that, especially since the Lilia is one of the heroes that nullifies or does not render the Valentina important if you put it in the mid lane, and Black Shoes does not do much except for regen your HP, put up those cooldowns for the glooms as well. So for Nightmare Esports, either they take away some they're really going to make Juviana win the lane here, so taking away the Dyrot as well as the Fredrin. And for Study for Life, mid laners possibly, since they don't have mid laners or roamers, the Jasmine Soul combination, like what I mentioned.
I think Study for Life may have lesser options to counter the Esmeralda right now, which we have seen yesterday to be a problem whenever it's picked up, because most of the time when an Esmeralda gets picked up, we see a ban on the D-Rot, we see a ban on the Lunox as well, and not much heroes can actually directly counter this. I don't think Uranus is gonna be viable in this meta right now as well, due to the prioritization on crowd control heroes like the Akai, like the Grok, like the Atlas. Those heroes are what people want. Also, they use them, but maybe they can settle with that at the very least to create some interruptions during team fight here for Nightmare Esports because they would like to group up, they would like to stack up. Study for Life should utilize heroes that can actually separate them from each other because they can stand strong as well grouped up, but I think they would have a better positioning when their enemy is scattered.
Yeah, they got a lot of crowd control here for Nightmare, so I'm thinking either a Diggy would look very good with their composition, but again, there's just so many things to deal with. The Diggy might not be the best option for Study for Life, and for Nightmare Esports, they still need that mid laner, and they're gonna go for the Lunox. Yep, someone that is immune to the damage, especially if these heroes dive, the Valentina, the Julian, and now Study for Life. They still need a roamer. They also need a side laner just in case that this Julian is going to be played in the jungle role, not the XP role. So someone to dish out damage. That's already 2 magic damage dealers. So perhaps they want to go for physical damage this time for Study for Life. So Diggy, I'm thinking, but there's just too much to deal with in Nightmare Eastward. So I'll probably either a hard tank, not so much on the Matilda, not so much on the support. So perhaps like not the Kufra. So I mean the Kufra can deal with the Claude, but
I'm actually thinking of
that's
a
it.
Beleric. I don't know why.
No,
Just for
I
maybe
love
a
the
counter
Beleric.
engage.
I do love the
But it
Beleric,
might not
but
work. Yeah.
yeah, there's just a lot of escape here for the Matilda. Okay, I was guessing the Matilda,
Yeah.
but again, I was considering the fact that there was an Esmeralda in the side of Nightmare Esports, so just a lot of shields more for the Esmeralda to eat up. So Nightmare Esports, roamer here for something for Jasmine and Soso. Are they gonna go for the Johnson Lunox? We saw it yesterday, Team XCT. It's possible here for Nightmare Esports to do that. That's a lot of crowd control, especially these are heroes for Study for Life. But again, there's a Valentina.
Like triple setup.
Yeah, triple setup, but there's a Valentina. I'm just putting that out. There's a Valentina there. Are you
There's a
still gonna take the
Valentina.
Johnson?
The threat is still there, but one of the main or one of the good things that you can do to deal with a Valentina is just pin her down. Pin her down hard, especially that you have the Akai. Once you get a kill onto the Valentina, then everything is so good. Now they actually go with the Lolita, which does have a lot of tankiness on her side, and of course the ultimate can set up so well. The area, the radius of it is immense, especially when you channel it really long. And Study for Life should be much more cautious here. They have the mobility in a sense because of the Matilda, so they can easily relocate themselves. But if they get caught at least once, they're dead. That's how crucial things are right now for Study for Life. And Nightmare Esports really have drafted this quite well. Despite them being threatened with a Valentina, things are still looking at least equal here for both teams.
You know what, GG? There's just a lot of setups here for Nightmare. It's really going to be a disaster, a nightmare for Study for Life. They might just be studying for life on what to do up against Nightmare Esports. Since there's a lot, I think there's just too much things to consider there for Nightmare Esports. You got the Akai, you also got the Esmeralda to do the Falling Star Moon. Plus, you got the Lolita as well. So, just in case, okay, here's the possibility here. If Nightmare Esports is able to pull off those setups and they do have the follow-ups from their teammates, the layering of skills will be really good, especially since if they miss out on one ultimate, they miss out on one setup here, they can go for another one. And right now there is going to be a lot of skirmish once again here in the Riverside, but there's not going to be anything much just yet. A lot of pokes here on the mid side, considering this is a fast clear for both Study for Life as well as Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, let's talk about early game now, because we talk about the setups, team fights, late game scaling quite a lot. So with a first blood, I was actually about to say that the Study for Life might have the early game upper hand due to the fact that they have the Matilda and the Jillian that can actually rotate quite effectively across the map. But laning phase wise, things are looking not so good here for Fugo.
Oh dear, I told you about Soul, right? The Soul Jasmine combination, so lethal. Nightmare Esports knows this very well, and with the first blood that was drawn here by Nightmare Esports, it's going to be much easier for Soul to actually rotate here. And as you can see, Jasmine also doing his very best to assist Cammy on the gold lane. This is a Claude Melissa matchup in the gold lane, something that we are seeing resurfacing back in the Land of Dawn. But it's a 500 gold lead, almost going 1K if Nightmare Esports is able to secure this first objective of the game. My princess is already starting out this turtle in the turtle side, but there's just a lot to do here. Juviana going all the way to the backside onto Mikasa, but I think with the positioning here, very good positioning from Nightmare Esports, they will take the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to contest objectives right now for Study for Life, given the composition here of Nightmare Esports. There's the heavy spin, there's the Lolita blocking the path, and there's also the setup that they can do for So given that he has the upper hand right now towards Fugo as well. So early game wise right now, it's turning towards Nightmare Esports as of the moment, and Study for Life should try to find a way across the map to pick up a couple of kills. But right now, we're even seeing my princess Lalaronoy invading the jungle camp here of Mikasa, and this will kind of negatively affect his roaming potential, and also in terms of his economy to scale up harder in the early game. We're seeing still the same gold lead as of the moment, but we're seeing also a much more proactive setup here, and the rotation coming from Nightmare Esports. So right now, Study for Life, yeah, they have a relatively okay late game scaling, especially that they do have the Melissa, they have mobility with the Matilda, and some frontline power with the Lapu-Lapu that they have. But they should prioritize on getting Mikasa jump pack already. Now we're seeing Nightmare Esports actually stacking up towards mid, but I don't think Fugo will step out of his comfort zone just yet, given what happened earlier.
Yeah, you know what? This is the first time I've seen Jasmine and Soul not rotating together. Like you see Jasmine rotating more towards the gold lane, and Soul doing his very best to assist Juviana there onto the bot side. So their jungler is new here for Nightmare Esports. He used to be someone else, but look at this. They're gonna try to corner Yandere here. He does have the ultimate. All the ultimates will be thrown here. The Nubian Blast connects, and Soul once again gets the kill onto Yandere. Another kill coming through for Nightmare Esports, and they might actually go in for the second turtle. They do have the numbers advantage right now, GG. But for Study for Life, they're going to try their very best to contest this. Reflect doesn't have that much CC. Won't be able to go near. I think it's not wise to contest for this turtle. It's going to be Nightmare Esports once again securing that. We haven't seen so much just yet from Study for Life. It has been Nightmare Esports dictating the tempo here in the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and then the Study for Life are just responding, reacting towards their plays. Now they're being zoned away from their tier 1 tower in the top lane. Lots of resources being taken now by Nightmare Esports. A while ago, it's just 1,000 gold lead. Now it's going 3,000. 5 minutes. At this pace, Study for Life will have lesser to no options right now to react towards this aggressiveness of Nightmare Esports, because Nightmare Esports right now playing slowly, but they're also playing it calculatedly. Soul and Jasmine a while ago were just zoning out the members of Study for Life so that my princess will be able to safely secure that turtle. And after that, they easily transition towards top side while engaging towards Study for Life as well, keeping them away from their structures. That gives so much room and space here for Nightmare Esports.
You know, I haven't seen Fugo use that heavy spin just yet. Like, he's gotten that heavy spin ever since the 4-minute mark. He hasn't thrown that ultimate just yet. Here comes the Nubian Blast from Jasmine. He's going to be blocking it with the bulwark. Now not able to get anything there, but now Nightmare Esports is going to be going towards the bottom side. Soul here as well. He does have the flicker. He can go in for the Order of the Brilliance, but Study for Life pretty much has that.
He has been holding
that as well.
For like, how many minutes has he holding that?
Yeah, I mean he got it since the 4-minute mark. He hasn't used it just yet. So I'm not so sure which hero that Fugo is trying to target right now. He's saving that up pretty well, like really wanting to go for a very nice heavy spin. Maybe perhaps we'll see it here in the turtle pit, because here comes the next turtle of the game. So far, Nightmare Esports has secured in 3. Jasmine and Soso as well here, but this time Study for Life having a much better position on the turtle side. Try to go for it. Retribution play will be made here. Look at Cammy with the Blazing Duet onto the backside. It's Fugo actually being zoned away from the turtle, and a killing spree for Soso. Take down Reflect. A Retribution battle, but My Princess will be able to secure it once again. Nice movement blast there from Jasmine. Juliana goes down, the only casualty. But Mikasa will be taken down as well by the Blazing Duet of Cammy. So, Nightmare Esports getting the turtle for the price of Juliana only. So, pretty much Nightmare Esports, they are just on a rampage right now. Another kill onto the bottom side by Soso. This man is just the name of the game. I mean, if it's not a Jasmine Soso combo, it's just Soso. All alone.
Yeah, I mean, every single member here in Nightmare Esports are doing so well. They got the objective. Yeah, they traded out Juviana, but they got Mikasa. They got a tower and bot. They got Meow as well, and now they're getting Reflect here in the mid. They might get Fugo as well, since they deal an obnoxious amount of damage as of the moment. They let him go free for now, but they're gonna be attempting to get this tower in the mid lane. Mikasa and Yandere trying to stop them, but gets stunned here by Jasmine. And here comes the Blazing Duet once again. Lots of damage coming in from Nightmare Esports. The onslaught has been turned on, and Study for Life cannot keep longer.
Oh my goodness, Nightmare Esports. Did you see how crazy Soso went there? Going as crazy as the tower dives, and even popping that flicker just to ensure that he is safe. Study for Life not getting anything out of that skirmish there on the mid side. They still haven't taken down the tower, fortunately enough for Study for Life. It's a 7k gold lead for them right now. And if this keeps on going, Study for Life, they only have Yandere here as their late game insurance. So let's check out the items later on, what items that Yandere has already gotten. But Soul is just so lethal at this point. 701, no deaths at all. And considering that this is not even just the Jasmine Soul combo, it's just Soul right now.
It's not even an early game hero. It's a late game scaling here. So imagine the damage he has later on. And look at that immediate meltdown on the HP bar of Reflect. And here comes Juliana, tanking the front line, but might need to fall back. And Jasmine though, slamming down the members of Study for Life. And suddenly Soso enters as well, but might have overextended his boundaries. He's gonna get taken out. A big shutdown here for Study for Life. But here comes Cammy as well. Round number 2, and Yandere will not be able to survive. Mikasa, the only one left here in the mid lane. Big chase down by Juviana. There's 3 people now catching you off guard. You try to defend, you cannot defend for yourself.
That is 4 members taken for the price of 2. Nightmare Esports just taking down Study for Life even under their own towers. I mean, there were shutdowns there by Mikasa, but it's just Nightmare Esports getting the better trades here. They've been getting 4 members for the price of 2 or 1, but Soso, he was shut down there. A little bit of a gold towards the side of Study for Life after that shutdown, but Soso being all aggressive there, I mean, going for the Order of Brilliance, but he actually got knocked up there. Very fast lord by Nightmare Esports in the 10-minute mark, and this is going to cause a lot more trouble for Study for Life. They have continuous pressure on the side lanes, GG, and with this next lord, I think Nightmare Esports would want to push the sides and even the mid-tier towers here of Study for Life.
And they continue stepping up for plays here across the map.
The recalls are coming in.
Yeah, the recalls are coming in. Nightmare Esports are basically on fire right now. We're seeing 7,000 at 11 minutes compared to gold lead. And Study for Life cannot even, well, do anything right now. All towers secured here for Nightmare Esports. And all towers intact, rather. Still ready for like the next game. As all the towers are quite healthy. Meanwhile, Study for Life are being threatened with more structures falling down. Meow as well has a fallback for the meantime as he leaves his tower B destroyed, while top side is being threatened with a Lord push by Juviana. And well, all the towers right now being pushed up being pushed down here by Nightmare Esports. Only the inhibs remaining standing strong here for Study for Life. But even that is being threatened because Nightmare Esports can easily dive onto them. They're just waiting for the chance.
Oh, Jasmine
enters, and here comes my princess, just using the heavy spin so that everyone gets some safety and some space. And now suddenly they dive once again, blazing duet, the Lunox ult, and everyone's HP bars melts towards the ground, and Nightmare Esports is gonna finish this strong. 12 minutes in, Nightmares win.
Oh, what a nightmare for Study for Life.
Victory!
Oh my, they did get the victory here with a very, very fast game. I think that was one of the fastest that we had in the Mekong Qualifiers. And what a way to actually kickstart Group B. Nightmare Esports already sending a statement to the other teams. This is how they do it. And as for Study for Life, they do have 2 more games here in the Group B stages. So let's see how that will pan out. I think based on the schedule, GG, they are going to be taking the last 2 games for today, so they do have a lot more time to relax and talk more about what happened there.
Yeah, they actually drafted quite well. The only problem was the execution. We kind of got worried about them already the moment we saw their Julian not really threatening the side lane, not really threatening mid, and when when Fugo got first blood earlier, and those kinds of threats in the early game is what made Nightmare Esports take control of basically everything. So now that you mentioned that their final 2 games will be held in the later 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. GMT plus 7, or like the last 2 games were scheduled on Study for Life versus Evo Esports and IDONOTSLEEP Esports. This time they would be able to at least study the other teams on how they play out, regroup, and collect themselves even more so that they would have a much better performance, because this game is a little disappointing, but we saw their attempt, which is very respectable. I'm only saying this because I believe these teams are really strong, but also I want to see them grow within the tournament, and it can definitely happen. Yesterday we saw it on WAWA Gaming, and they got dominated by MDH Esports. They learned from that, they adapted their playstyle, and they actually won heavily against CATTY Gang and Team XCT. So maybe it can happen here for Study for Life, but maybe. It's just
I just think it's also the fact that Nightmare Esports has gotten more experience as well in several tournaments, so that could also be a factor. And as for Study for Life, they need to keep studying, like what you mentioned, study on what to do next, how to adapt, and the mindset as well that they need to put out, especially after losing that first game. But 2 more games for today, and there you have it. The schedule was flashed. The next game is going to be Evo Esports up against, well, a crowd favorite, a name that is known in the Mekong region, IDNS Esports, for game number 2. But for now, it's Burger Kim and GG still bringing you the action here. Don't you guys worry, we still have a lot more for today. We already flashed you guys the schedule. And right now, if you just tuned in, it was Nightmare Esports that got the victory here for the first game. But again, we do have our highlights for you guys to enjoy. So take a look at what happened in that very dominating game number 1 by Nightmare Esports.
ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer scope.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love herself. Only a shepherd.
Active. First blood.
Holy light.
Active. Double kill.
May the holy light darkness
力を解き放て消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
Chip 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship, and of course we're still gonna be your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming and Burger Kim. And after the fantastic victory of Nightmare Esports against Study for Life, this time we're gonna be seeing a really nice matchup: Evo Esports and IDONOTSLEEP Esports. And if we were to recall, IDONOTSLEEP Esports has won they were the champions for the MSC Mekong Qualifier as well. So really high expectations, but I think they're going to be challenged here by Evo Esports.
Definitely, it's going to be a challenge, and the reason why is because Team Evo is from Laos. And taking a look at the teams today, we've already finished game number 1. So starting for life up against Nightmare Esports. Nightmare Esports getting the victory for the first round. And now we do have Evo Esports and IDNS going up for the very first time. And for those of you guys who are wondering, this is just a best out of 1 for the Group B stages, still the round robin. So if you guys are waiting for those best out of 3, best out of 5, those will be happening during the playoffs. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned which teams are actually going to be able to move forward. And going back to what you mentioned, Gigi, Team Evo here, I'm actually looking at the names here. I see 3 familiar names from Team Evo. I think they just changed their names, but probably they moved to another organization. I'm not so sure. I'll just confirm that later on. But I am seeing Biston, Flash One. I know Flash One has a different IGN before. He was actually known as Flash Crazy Eyes, something like that. And he did play for IDNS, if I'm not mistaken, if this is the same Flash One. So this is a former teammate going up against their very own IDNS right now, having more or less their original roster still. Mizzy Mink, Lois, Amy, well, 33, that's his name right now, Zanri, and Izzy. Fanny going to be the ban. I like this. This is a comfort pick of Lois, and every time people are going up against IDS, there's always a Fanny ban coming through.
I think even, well, everyone really likes Fanny nonetheless, and I don't think Team Evo would want to pick it up here as well, given the possible counters on this hero as well. Now, with the bans that we do see, what Atlas is available, Valentina as well, Paquito, lots of heroes are available, which has a lot of priority in the first pick. So what will Team Evo decide? This will dictate the type of composition that they want.
Paquito.
They want an aggressive one, especially in the early game, locking out that Paquito. IDONOTSLEEP Esports can actually pick up the Valentina, but so far they don't necessarily have someone to counter right now on Team Evo, but they settle with it right now. Plus an Atlas given the Diggy ban. So this is really nice right now for IDONOTSLEEP Esports.
It's huge for IDNS Esports. They got the Valentina, they got the Atlas. So I think Team Evo was actually setting up for the Atlas. They did prioritize the Diggy ban, which kind of meant that they wanted to go for those setter tags. They wanted to go for Raps for the Akai, but it has been banned away. So Team Evo right now, they're just going to go for the burst and the mobility with the Matilda. But after the Matilda gets picked up, IDNS will be picking up a signature pick as well for 33. The Esmeralda, of course, the D-Rot ban will immediately come through here for IDNS and Team Evo as well. They do need to take out gold laners that can go up against the Claude, and there you go. The Melissa ban will be coming through here for Team Evo.
Yeah, might as well ban the Lunox here as well by IDONOTSLEEP Esports, but they settle with taking out the Lilia, which is one of the usual response towards a Valentina pick, since you don't necessarily have anything to do with a Valentina if your opponent is a Lilia. Team Evo will have lesser options as well to deal with this particular mid lane mage. And also, still, the threat of the Atlas pick and the Esmeralda pick still is present here against Team Evo. So it's going to be difficult for them to respond to this. Fourth pick available here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They don't have a gold laner just yet. They don't have a jungler as well. So maybe they would want to add in more frontline power given the Atlas pick that they have. Lots of crowd control can be developed here by this team, and we do see them quite a lot building towards team fighting based compositions. They go with Bruno.
I actually used this yesterday in the ranked game, and the buffs that were given to the Bruno makes it a bit more efficient in the gold lane, because for the longest time we've seen the Bruno being utilized as a jungler. We've seldom seen it in the gold lane, but now I think for IDNS is they already got 3 solid frontliners here. I mean, the Valentina included with the Primal Force as its passive really makes it one of the heroes that can frontline as well. So they do, as long as they do have this Bruno covered, that will be very good. But for Team Evo, they do need a mid laner, someone to clear out the waves in the mid lane. They are quite squishy as of now, knowing that there is a lot of crowd control here. They're going to go with more mobility here, the Farsa with the Wings by Wings, and of course the Fredrin to sustain on the side up against the Esmeralda. I'm not so sure about that. That's going to be a lot of shields as well for 33 to actually eat up. And IDNS, is it going to be a jungle Bruno here? Or is it going to be like a double marksman setup? That could actually be very much possible here, since they already got a frontliner, but they go GG!
Whoa,
It's
what?
the hero that
What?
made you fall in love.
What? What? Whoa!
Okay.
IDONOTSLEEP
Whoa.
Esports flexing right now, man. They're flexing right now. They pick up the Gushan? Really? You pick up the Gushan? You're basically saying to Team Evo right now that okay, we're just gonna be playing this as a normal rank game. We're gonna be playing this
Oh
like
god,
a
your
normal
IDNS
rank game.
Esports. Full of surprises,
How
GG.
frequent do
I
you
know.
see this?
You were like, oh, it's a Gushan. No.
I'm gonna see my
I
favorite
know.
hero right now.
I know
Alright,
the feeling.
alright.
I know the feeling of you seeing your favorite hero being picked up in a tournament as prestigious as the M4 Mekong Qualifiers, but I am not so sure how that Gushan will actually fare. I mean, knowing that there has been a revamp on the Gushan, I don't know if you've tried it already, GG. Have you tried the revamp Gushan or not yet?
No, I'm still
No.
attached towards the older version. But yeah, I will be
Oh,
trying it
yeah.
out soon.
Bro, Gushan.
But this one is
maybe
a
the
big
idea.
flex.
Yeah. Maybe the idea is to assassinate the Claude and the Farsa from the backlines. If they are able to access that, they do have the Fredrin here and the Paquito as serving as the main front line for Team Evo. But 33 is actually going to be in the gold lane this time. So they did switch up on the roles. This is how flexible IDNS is, knowing that this is also the same roster that they played in MSC. So pretty much they just know each other's strengths very much. So it's going to be quite the treat here for IDNS, knowing that these are some of the comfort picks that they've gotten. I've seen Lois pull off different assassins, but this is the first time I'm going to see a Gushan being put into plays. Already level 3, by the way, as your name as well. Going to be level 3 and high and dry on the Paquito.
Yeah, IDONOTSLEEP Esports so far are playing this slow, and they don't necessarily have any reasons to contest Evo Esports right now, given the kind of scary setup that they also have with the Paquito in the jungle. 1v1s are going to be challenging here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Even if Lois is having this Gushan, he has to reach level 4, which he is right now, to set up for plays here. Mizimeng gonna be the ones baiting Evo Esports as of the moment as they stack up towards mid, but I don't think Evo Esports is gonna let themselves be baited right now. They kind of are sniffing out the strategies here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Now with the turtle up, IDONOTSLEEP Esports has a reason to fight, and they can actually force out Evo Esports. But Izzy is gonna be the one to get first blood here as Your Name picks up the kill. And that is gonna be huge. They have numbers advantage towards the turtle. Xanri is here as well as Mizimeng, but still, the presence of 4 people on this objective area will threaten IDONOTSLEEP Esports to have 2 choices: respond or back away.
look at
And
the
they actually
damage.
turn in, plus securing that turtle. Mizimeng almost got taken out there, but Evo Esports starting this strong actually.
They got the kill onto Izzy, and that's really what made them secure that turtle. And for IDNS, I think Lois was too far away from the turtle. IDNS was actually prepared to let that one go. Maybe wait for 33 to actually have that power spike on the Bruno. And we all know that a Bruno just needs like 2 core items, like the Berserker's Fury and the Scarlet Phantom, to be able to dish out the damage. But in terms of the advantage here in the gold lane, I do have to say that Bistan has a little bit more advantage with the Claude. It has more range than the Bruno, which kind of needs to go a little bit forward to be actually able to pop in the skills. And Team Evo starting out really strong right now. They got a 1.5k gold lead up against IDNS, and now IDNS, they are going to be rotating there towards the bottom side. It's a 3-man rotation. Mizimeng all alone here. Nothing just yet from Team Evo. They're not going to overcommit here, knowing that Mizimeng is a Valentina, not going to be so easy to take this one down. But Evo, again, rotating so proactively all around the map. They have so much mobility here, and they are able to do so. IDNS as well knows that very well. Here comes Lois with the Gushan. We're waiting for the setups here. Zanri, better dare strike from the backside, and the Circle Eagle comes through for Wanois. Flickers away, but the Shadow Blade Sauter will be able to take him down. Wanois goes down, Bistan as well with the Blazing Duet, but the damage is just not there yet. 33 able to sustain all of that. It's a 1-for-none exchange in favor of IDNS this time.
Yeah, I was about to say that Evo Esports are not impulsive, which is good, but what they failed to take into consideration a while ago on the top side, gank was the positioning of the other members of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They thought that there was only one person there, and when they committed, some players actually hesitated following up with the circling eagle, so that caused a lot of problems in their supposed strategy to dive under the tower. Now they're trying to regroup versus Turtle. Zanri still getting some vision here over this area, and given the positioning of Lois, I don't think they will actually want to contest this. They're at most they're just trying to distract them as the meantime. Fatal links into now better airstrike being used by both members here, but still your name gonna be picking up that turtle, and they easily skedaddle away without any casualties. IDONOTSLEEP Esports starting to struggle on these objective takings.
Oh man, that's so difficult, right? One of the hardest heroes to catch is actually the Claude. And with the Atlas here of Zanri setting up, that's a very nice two-man Fatal Links. But unfortunately enough, the damage wasn't there. Mizzy Mink was a little bit too far to pop that feathered airstrike, and therefore was just a disaster for IDNS. Evo got the turtle. They also got the pick off onto Zanri, which is now really good right now in the 5-minute mark. But knowing IDNS, this is a team that really holds out until the very end. We know that they love to play for the late game as well. They can play different types of tempos. They can play fast games. They can play slow games. They can also play late games. So I think for IDNS, they are going to be heavily relying on 33 there on the Bruno. Let's do that item check later on to see what 33 has already secured in the 6-minute mark. But no turtles have been secured just yet by IDNS, so that might be a problem here for 33 to scale up.
Yeah, Lois as well has been focusing more on his scaling side rather than helping on the small skirmishes, and I think it's gonna be difficult a little bit, but they're managing quite well. Goldie is not ballooning here for Evo Esports side, despite them being able to pick up the turtle, because towers are also falling down on their side. IDONOTSLEEP Esports has taken their top tier 1 already. Meanwhile, their towers are still well intact, and this is a good sign coming in from IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Look, maybe they're just looking to scale up pretty well towards a mid to late game, and this one, the fight in bottom lane happening is gonna be their key actually, as Zanri goes in with the Fatal Links once again, but fails to get in Piston as he gets Blazing Duet in. Now with Lois in the mix though, he's dealing quite a bit of damage. Yorne bursts down Mizimink though, and Evo Esports always having a way to strike back even harder.
Yeah, it's always when Noise getting caught, right? Zanri and Busy Vic, unfortunately, they still have to make that tandem work very well. I mean, the Fatal Links have been on point here by Zanri. He does use it to flicker, gets 2 members, but unfortunately enough, he always gets bursted down by Biston's Blazing Duet. So that's really the biggest problem here. When he does the setup, Biston can easily escape it, pop in that Blazing Duet, and able to dash away. Plus, they do have the Matilda here, so it's not going to be very easy to burst down the heroes here of Evo, already leading with 4 kills, as well as the gold lead, a 1.2k gold lead. So IDNS really has to hold out right now. They're putting their resources here on the last triple. Zanri does not have that flicker just yet to be able to pop that Fatal Links. Let's see if this team fight next in the Turtle Pit will be executed much better. So the turtle is already 1/4 HP. Zanri gonna go in here. Better airstrike from the backside. Lois gets the turtle this time. Fatal Links popped in by Zanri. Your name is gonna fall. Blazing Duet by Biston as well. Disengage for IDNS. They got what they wanted. A pick off on your name, and they also got triple. This time a win for IDNS.
Yeah, slowly but surely, IDONOTSLEEP Esports keeping intact here for the fights. They're safely being able to protect their structures as well. And now their things are starting to turn in their favor, gold-wise too. And Evo Esports losing their grip. Now, as IDONOTSLEEP Esports commit towards the bot side, they get yet again another turret, as Evo Esports keeps on being zoned away, especially because of the damage here by Lois and 33. Mizimink is having a bit of a hard time, but him being involved in teamfight is already a big help here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, because Evo, they cannot really fully commit towards teamfights. They have to take into consideration Mizimink whenever he hijacks an ultimate here on Evo Esports. And now they have to find a way to maybe distract IDONOTSLEEP Esports and isolate them so that your name can get another pick off So far, he is the one that deals the most damage here, as well as Biston. Now, as a One-Eyes actually gets initiated on, they disengage for the moment. One-Eyes is quite tanky in a sense, but now it's easy. Dives on through. Xandri as well with the Fatal Links as One-Eyes just backs away, leaving out Biston in the grave. Evo Esports loses their tower as well in the mid, and all outer turrets already taken out here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports.
Man, you see how IDNS plays this out slowly but surely. They already got 3 towers here, and they have been securing in the objectives, and this time getting a much better execution on the plays that they want. And it's Team Evo, they got a very solid start getting in all the turtles, but now IDNS seems to have back in the driver's seat, and 33 already is standing at a 2-0-1, as well as Lois on this Gushun pick, 2-0-1. They're going to try to go for the Lord here by IDNS. A lot of zoning here by Izzy. They're not going to commit just yet, knowing that Team Evo is just around the corner here. They need to get a pick off here for Evo or IDNS to be able to secure this one much, much easier. This is the 10-minute mark. So both teams are just waiting it out cautiously. And now that IDNS has the upper hand, they can't just let things slide through up against Evo.
Things are starting to slide through here right now.
Mm-hmm.
IDONOTSLEEP Esports are having more grip towards this game, especially in the macro control. Waves pushing up in the bot. Top side is hanging so far here as Evo Esports looking to find an opportunity, an angle here towards IDONOTSLEEP Esports. But Lois catching out One-Eyes will actually prevent them from having that much room and space here towards the Lord. This is the biggest objective so far. And 40 seconds in, it's gonna be a luminous one. So IDONOTSLEEP Esports actually stalling out. They're sending out Izzy to pressure bot side, and not much heroes or players here on Evo Esports can actually contest this Esmeralda. Now as they recognize, okay, the Paquitos and bot side, this is gonna be a free Lord for us. They take it without hesitation, and Evo Esports cannot do anything about it.
The mind games that IDNS is playing, right? Sending Izzy to the bottom side and actually letting your name check that lane. And after that, knowing the positions of each member of Evo, IDNS was able to commit to that Lord. And with this Lord, not the luminous one yet, 12-minute mark, Feathered Airstrike has been casted here by Flash 1. Xandri as well, waiting for Fatal Links onto One-Eyes, and without One-Eyes in the picture, there's not going to be any mobility. Lois getting a kill spree on that Gushun, standing at the 3-0-2 this time. IDNS looking to push forward here towards the lanes of Team Evo. They also get the purple buff here, giving it to Mizzy Mink, just doing the best that they can as the structures go down one by one here for Team Evo. They need to defend this one. Feathered Airstrike just to clear out the waves. Izzy as well from the backside gets haunted there by Oppo, but the tower on the top side is going to fall. The Lord is still up, but it will be felted immediately by Team Evo. But IDNS will be taking down towers.
They commit
for the engage, blazing duet. They do connect. 3 members down, double kill for your name. It might actually be a triple kill, but it gets stolen there by Ofer. Nicely defended by Team Evo for the price of 3 here up against IDNS. I'm not so sure that was such an overcommitment from our Thai team. And they get a tower here on the side. They can actually push forward. Izzy gonna go for the Falling Star Moon. Gonna back away right now. Team Evo successfully defending what they got in the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, Izzy just tried to defend that tier 2 tower, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports starting to be a little greedy there in the mid a while ago. They didn't have the wave anymore. They tried to get that second inhibitor tower. They don't have a Lord marching in. Evo Esports recognizes the fact that IDONOTSLEEP Esports started to be a little greedy, and they capitalize on the moment. Biston's blazing duet just melted the HP bars there of IDONOTSLEEP Esports, and they just finish it up. Your name just being in the front line as well. Everyone just hamming on here on IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Now, they recovered a little bit on the gold lead, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports not stepping on the brakes. They step on the acceleration here as they look for more picks across the map. Not finding anyone though, as Evo Esports are playing this defensive strategy pretty well.
Xandri is just really checking in all the bushes, even expending that conceal play just to check where the members of Team Evo are. I mean, they do need a pick off before this Luminous Lord. 13 seconds, it's going to spawn. Team Evo is here in the bushes waiting for the proper place here. But again, in terms of the crowd control, you got Zanri there to set up the place. The Fatal Links that you've seen earlier on has been doing wonders for IDNS. And now let's see if this is going to be started by IDNS. They got the map control right now. It's a little bit quiet because we are just waiting for our teams to actually make in the place. It's going to depend on one Noise and Zanri. Noise as well as here. He can pop the incandescence combo of the Gushin and just get someone slaughtered instantly. Feathered airstrike to check the bushes there, but they're not going to find anything. It's just going to be really, really quiet here, GG. They're waiting. They're waiting for someone to pop up. It's here comes the conceal
play.
Boys, are they going to try to go for? Oh, they missed! They missed the Fatal Links. Nice attempt though by Zanri, but 33 going to go in for that Lord.
This
is just
snuffed that out.
I'm getting so anxious here, GG.
Big. Yeah, it's high anxiety here for the people right now. Evo Esports, though, are responding quite well. IDONTSLEEP Esports, they're the ones who are trying to steer the wheel right now, but they couldn't force out Evo Esports totally out of the moment. Evo Esports still are able to find ways to deal with those engages by IDONTSLEEP Esports while not investing that much on resources. So now IDONTSLEEP Esports are forced to try in a different strategy, sending out AZ once again here towards top. Though upper is more than capable of clearing out the waves. They actually send out Flash 1, 2. So now IDONTSLEEP Esports are looking for ways to take out Biston. He has been the primary target here of IDONTSLEEP Esports for quite a while now. But given the fact that Biston is mechanically gifted, able to sniff out whenever Zanri attempts to use the Fatal Links onto him, despite using the Flicker a while ago, still able to disengage successfully. And this Lord is just going to be waiting for them. IDONTSLEEP Esports stack up once again on a brush. One Eyes knows what's up though. Evo Esports are just focusing more on scaling up, recovering from that gold deficit that they have. And right now, at the state of the game, that 2,000 doesn't mean anything right now. The items are still okay for both teams. We can call it even on the itemization here of both teams, honestly. But it all boils down to the setup here of IDONTSLEEP Esports and Evo Esports. Now they go in once again. Zanri popping out his skill, but it's only to distract Evo Esports. Lord once again taken by IDONTSLEEP Esports.
3k gold lead for IDNS. That was so... Again, IDNS is playing Evo's Esports so beautifully. Did you see how Zanri was just gonna try to quote-unquote set up there with the Fatal Links and just zoning away the members of Evo's, while IDNS easily took that Lord down without any problem. 17 minutes in, the super minions are gonna come in here towards the base of Team Evo, and knowing that they don't have an inhibitor there on the top side, Izzy is going to continuously pressure all of the lanes there. And with one Fatal Links here from the side of IDNS, if Zanri is able to land it on Flash 1 as well as Biston, this could be massive for IDNS. Here comes the Lord push for Team IDNS. Mizi Ming also got that Feathered Airstrike, so this is going to be lethal for Team Evo. They have to defend this one. They do have the firepower, but Feathered Airstrike has been committed here by Mizi Ming just to clear out the waves. Just
Zanri!
Evo Esports. Zanri's going to go in here for Flash 1. He does pop in the
Blazing Duet
for one Noise, but Biston going to pop in that Blazing Duet from the backside.
Oh no!
He gets taken down there by the passive as Zanri goes for the Fatal Links. Goes in for the knockup strike here by Your Name. They're able to sustain that one. Noise gonna fall down real low. They're still able to defend with Oper, tanking him all the damage. And IDNS, everyone's still up. Better from the backside. Flash 1 landing it beautifully there. But two members, but it's inevitable. They're gonna try to go for the base. It's over. IDNS will take this one with a victory.
And that was a close game. That was a close one. Kind of sad for... Yeah, that was such an almost game right there. Kind of sad for Biston because he got hit won last time by 33's ultimate. And I guess that's one of the downside when you're stacked up, when you're grouped up together, because you're just gonna get bounced upon here by the ultimate of the Bruno. Got taken out by that last bounce, and it cost a 4 versus 5 team fight here in the mid lane. Desperately, Evo Esports tried to defend their Crystal. However, given the numbers advantage, although it was an almost successful defense, but the waves are just there inside the base, and IDONOTSLEEP Esports clinched it out on a win.
Yeah, you know, Gigi, I told you, if it wasn't a good start for IDNS, right? It was Team Evo actually dictating the tempo, getting in the 2 of the turtles earlier on. And after that, it's just IDNS just really waiting for the items that they got. And here we have it. We were actually wondering how this Gusion will be put into play. And Lois really waited out and hold it out up until he got the items that he needed. Quite interesting that he went for that semi-tank build, building that Guardian's helmet for that final item. So he is quite... I was like wondering why he has so much HP bars. It's because of the Guardian's helmet. Beautifully played here by IDNS, despite the fact that Sandry wasn't able to land so much of those Fatal Links in the early stages. But in the moments that it mattered the most, he was able to make the plays here for IDNS. Although kudos to Team Evo, GG, they were able to successfully defend. Flash One, I was actually so worried that he was actually almost gonna get that wipeout, but unfortunately for IDNS, it was the 17-minute Lord. Super minions were coming in, and it was just really difficult for them to actually defend. And here's the man himself, Lois. Lois playing different types of assassins, respecting his Fanny, but this time he's saying, you know, I got other assassins as well under my belt. The Gusion will be put into play for the very first time here in the Mekong Qualifiers, being the MVP 404. A lot of people are actually, what? A Gusion reuse? I'm pretty sure you're very happy. You're very happy about this, Gigi. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and the IDONOTSLEEP Esports now having the momentum after beating Evo Esports, and now they're the ones who are gonna be matched upon here against NIIGHTMARE Esports. Earlier, NIIGHTMARE Esports has taken out Study for Life in a 12-minute game. So now this is going to be a much better setup, I guess, especially after IDONOTSLEEP Esports has won over Evo Esports. And before that, actually, we're just going to be going into a very short break and show you guys the highlights of that game between Evo Esports and IDONOTSLEEP Esports. You're watching the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. Young Gaming and Burger Kim will be back.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light. May the holy light
I am the chosen one.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathe in the holy light. I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
Started here by NIIGHTMARE Esports, but it's being contested.
Ship 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie turns this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Welcome back to the M4 Mekong Qualifier. Still with Burger Kim and Gigi. You've already seen all the games that were played today, and now we're halfway through the Group B stages, and now we're going to be seeing two teams that are well known in their respective countries, Laos and Thailand. We're going to be having NIIGHTMARE Esports and IDNS for our game number 3. And GG, all I can say is there is going to be a lot of respect fans here. Maybe some heroes opened up. I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure 100%. Either if they don't want to pick it up, they will probably more or less ban out the Fanny.
Yeah, Banny's for sure gonna be banned away here. Both teams has had a decent amount of win against their respective opponent earlier. NIIGHTMARE Esports winning against Study for Life. IDONOTSLEEP Esports in a much closer fashion though has won against Evo Esports, and we have talked about this earlier offline that NIIGHTMARE Esports might actually push IDONOTSLEEP Esports towards their limit given their performance earlier, although the matchup of theirs earlier wasn't really the best one. IDONOTSLEEP Esports were challenged earlier, especially with a kind of a late game scaling and how Evo Esports played it out defensively. NIIGHTMARE Esports are also capable of that, but what's more important is their aggressive nature. Earlier, we saw them doing or committing to a lot of pickoffs in the early game, and they can actually match the energy here of IDONOTSLEEP. We talked about the possible bans as well. Fanny for sure, not gonna see the light of day. Faramis and the Valentina. Oh, it started. NIIGHTMARE Esports on the blue side, IDONOTSLEEP Esports on red. Yeah, let's go.
Oh man, yeah. Just the moment you mentioned about the bans, they bring up the drafting phase already. So, again, down to the drawing board. NIIGHTMARE Esports and IDNS. This has been a consistent. Well, it seems to be one of the heroes that has been banned away several times here, especially since the Atlas is one of the heroes that teams here in the Mekong love using very much. So possibly this could be a high contest for the Atlas, knowing that Zanri plays this as well. They take away the Akai here for IDNS. Fanny, is there going to be a contest here, especially knowing that NIIGHTMARE Esports here is on the blue side? A lot of things to consider here for both teams, since these are two top tier teams in their respective countries. The Faramis, Valentina, are they going to let that slide this time? But there you go, as I was mentioning, the Valentina and Faramis, they are going to be taking it away, knowing how much of
this is big brain
problem that will be.
I'm liking what NIIGHTMARE Esports are doing right now. They immediately take out the Diggy, forcing IDONOTSLEEP Esports to respond, taking away the Akai or maybe the Atlas later on. They take away the Valentina. They might actually leave the Faramis wide open here, so that IDONOTSLEEP Esports would be forced to decide whether to ban out the Fanny or ban out the Faramis. Most likely they will ban out the Fanny actually here. And because NIIGHTMARE Esports can actually take the Faramis, IDONOTSLEEP Esports can take the Estes. But it depends here. I think NIIGHTMARE Esports are risking quite a lot here. They leave out the Faramis, like how we mentioned it. And IDONOTSLEEP Esports will take out the Faramis.
Fanny is open.
Fanny.
Oh dear. Yeah, Fanny is open here for NIIGHTMARE Esports, as well as some other picks. Like the Julian as well, if they want to start out real slow, but Paquito. Paquito first pick. This was what happened up against
they're challenging
earlier.
Lois.
But there you go, Lois. Finally he gets it. The Atlas and the Fanny, which means that NIIGHTMARE Esports can pick up the Kufra here if they want to directly answer to the Fanny of Lois, since Zanri has already picked up the Atlas. And they're kind of anticipating that NIIGHTMARE Esports, particularly Jasmine, might want to pick that up since there is a Diggy ban coming through. So for Sol and Jasmine, could it be maybe a Kufra, as well as the Lunox that could do very well as well in the mid lane, knowing that you're going up against a Fanny. So it has that sort of immunity as well, and they go for extra mobility. Similar lineup as to what Team Evo picked up earlier up against IDNS Esports. And for IDNS, they picked up one of their most favorite heroes, the Fanny. Is it going to be a Kufra here for Jasmine? I mean, that could be one of the bans here in the second phase. So
Should
there's
be.
just a lot
Yeah.
to consider. Oh, mid lane Julian.
Jillian instead. They're upping their damage here on the side of
Yeah.
NIIGHTMARE Esports. Actually, I was kind of looking forward to maybe NIIGHTMARE Esports picking up a Popol and Kupa for their marksman so that they would have at least a additional crowd control to pin down the Fanny. But the Claude makes a lot more sense, honestly, because of the AoE damage that they need to build up towards their late game. As now we're seeing more tanky frontliners from IDONOTSLEEP Esports picking up that Esmeralda, and given the bans now and the second banning phase, they're all being removed. Might as well for IDONOTSLEEP Esports stack up in terms of damage now because their frontline power is pretty much self-sufficient already.
They got the burst here for NIIGHTMARE Esports, and for NIIGHTMARE Esports, they still need to take away a mid laner, something for Mizimik and 33. 33 has been known in the XP lane, but this time he will be playing the gold lane. Earlier on, he picked up the Bruno, or will it be the Melissa coming through for NIIGHTMARE Esports, since it's also one of the heroes that has been emerging in the gold lane after the Beatrix nerf. So it's quite refreshing for me to see new marksman heroes being used in the gold lane. So it could be a Melissa Bruno. So they choose to go with the hero that 33 went for in the last game. So pretty much having some of those info, it might actually open up the Melissa here, not unless NIIGHTMARE will completely shut down 33 here, taking away the Melissa as well and leaving more options open here for Mizimik in the mid lane. There's still the Farsa here. I mean, that's a very traditional setup for an assassin. You got someone to deal the damage in the backline. The Eve is also open if they want to set up those team fights. That could be a possible option here for IDNS. But yeah, they're just gonna go with taking away 33's heroes, which means that there is still a number of marksman heroes open here. Iritel at the range, Beatrix still
Iritel,
viable, but
yeah, the Clint, Pop and Koopa still available here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. It would depend on how they want to approach NIIGHTMARE Esports here, because they have team fighting capability already. Side lane control is present as well because of his Esmeralda. So what they have to consider right now is either go full momentum swing in the early game or scale out towards the late game. They decide to actually have kind of a bit of both, with early game pressure towards mid to late game pokes with the Clint trying to shut down Cammy's Claude here, because if you're gonna be able to shut him down pretty early or delay his scaling, then IDONOTSLEEP Esports would have more pressure towards that gold lane.
what's it gonna be for the Soul Jasmine, the mid combo here for NIIGHTMARE Esports? We've seen them. I've seen them rock a Lunox Johnson, but I think that's very high risk at this point, knowing that there is a Fanny here. The Lunox could still be used here by Sosol. It's a very good counter up against the Esmeralda, plus it has that immunity. But again, the Julian here is a factor being put into play. It's going to be possibly a mid. So I was right. Still the Lunox here for Sosol, but this time Jasmine is going to go for the engage as well. A Jawhead that has been buffed several times in the patches, and it has been resurfacing as well in some smaller tournaments, but not as highly efficient as the Atlas with those massive crowd. I was actually expecting like a Kufra. It's open up here for NIIHTMARE Esports, but they just go for the Jawhead with the ejector. What's it left for Mizimik? Are they gonna go for Farsa, Eve, that type of hero?
Yeah,
close
Farsa
enough. They
is
go
gonna
for the
be
Farsa
key.
instead.
Yeah, it's like the best cherry on top here for the lineup here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Jawhead might actually work a bit here for NIIHTMARE Esports, since they do want to shut down and pin down Lois later on when he tries to dive, especially his ultimate later on. But overall, I'm still gonna be quite hesitant here. Early game is gonna be key here for NIIHTMARE Esports, but if they're the ones who are gonna be pressured by Lois's Fanny, then it's just gonna be a landslide victory here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They have to find a way to shut down the Fanny and have their Paquito roaming up quite hard, have the Claude be safe in the gold lane, and also in the mid lane find ways to allow your Lunox to scale up even better, because scaling in the late game is also present here for IDONTSLEEP Esports, but in terms of setups, it's much more in favor of them.
Let's see who will actually take the jungler role, because I'm seeing Juviana holding the. Oh, it's a princess on the Julian, so it's a jungle Julian. Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, going up against the Esmeralda, you would want to have the P to face that. But IDNS, Nightmare Esports in particular, Soul was the MVP with this Lunos getting the first blood earlier up against Study for Life. So will it still be the same early game? The domination here by Nightmare Esports, and knowing that Izzy is already present here, trying to go in for that invade, but there's nothing much just yet here. IDNS has a very good AoE, very good team fight potential here as compared to Nightmare Esports. Lois doesn't have the cutthroat just yet. He's waiting for that level 4 power spike, just gonna be pressuring My Princess just a little bit there, but no engages just yet from both sides.
Let's try to analyze this matchup now. Nightmare Esports actually with the Paquito on their XP lane, and the Jillian in the jungle. The safest lanes actually are their top lane, mid lane, and their jungle side. Their weak point right now is the gold lane or in the bottom lane. So fights might actually be there, as now Lois picking up the first blood after Jasmine overstepped his boundaries towards that bot side jungle of IDONTSLEEP Esports. That is quite a big kill to start off here for IDONTSLEEP Esports.
And it actually went to Lois, so that's definitely a very. If you were IDNS, you want to start it out that way. I think Jasmine was going to go for the ejector. Unfortunately enough, that was Sanri there with the passive of the Atlas. There is going to be a lot of slows, therefore he couldn't make the place there, the place that he wanted to happen. And now Soul as well, being very aggressive there, going to try to go in for the purple of Lois, knowing that he is the one carrying this game in the early stages. Juvian as well, everyone positioning themselves here on the turtle side. I'm not so sure if IDNS will actually contest. Okay, I don't think there's going to be any turtle take yet. There might just be a lot of ganks here, knowing that there is the Fanny here for IDNS. They want to go for the full aggression there. Bottom side, Candy going to get pressured there. Just a lot of pokes from Lois. Nothing too much just yet.
Yeah, big respect coming in from both teams right now, as Nightmare Esports are actually tracking down Lois pretty effectively, but they're giving now the safety towards their gold lane, given the pressure that 33 is giving towards Cammy. But now as they dive towards top, Juviana tries to fall back. This is a swift Dempsey roll by this Paquito, but gets chased down at the end here by Izzy. Also trying to maybe get a trade there on top side, but Izzy is actually pretty fast, walking away as Lois enters the fight, and now Soso is just gonna use his ultimate to disengage. IDONTSLEEP Esports now have full access towards this turtle.
Yeah, see how they play that out so well, waiting for the proper moment to secure that turtle. I don't think there's going to be any contest here for Nightmare Esports, and IDNS will be taking that turtle without anything at all from Nightmare Esports. Jasmine has been waiting to make the ejectors here, especially on the key members, Mizimeg and 33 there onto the bot side. But there hasn't been much engages from Nightmare Esports. It's mostly IDNS just going for pickoffs after pickoffs. 2 kills already in the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, Juliana is doing really well, honestly, on the top side, despite being taken down earlier after overextending. He just wanted to set up some vision towards the topside river for that turtle. Now IDONTSLEEP Esports trying to pressure down bot. Even though Jasmine is here, they should actually back away. Cammy is all alone in this bush, gets recognized, throws out the blazing duet. Jasmine is already dead. They disengage, but IDONTSLEEP Esports picking up a kill once again is gonna help them in this early game. Plus, they're trying to pressure bot side still. Good job by Soul though, helping out here so that no tower will fall down. At most, it's just half the energy shield of the tower got taken out. 500 gold lead for IDONTSLEEP Esports. Nightmare Esports actually being strong right now, keeping up with the pressure.
Oh, so much pokes from 33 here on the bot side, forcing a lot of members here from Nightmare Esports to actually rotate towards that side. Xandri as well, knowing that that will be the case. Lois taking a lot of damage from Juviana's Paquito here. But again, let's take a look at the bottom side. I'm pretty sure there is going to be some engage there. Xandri is going to fall down real low, doesn't have the Fatal Links just yet. But forces IDNS to back away. Look at Izzy. Look at how proactive he is all around the map. He's just going around here looking for some targets. Jasmine gonna go for the ejector. Nah, misses there. Nice attempt though by Jasmine. Here comes the turtle. Second turtle of the game. IDNS still leading this one by just 500 gold lead.
It's not much. It is something, but we're looking at NIIGHTMARE Esports right now, wherein they just want Cammy to scale up. IDONOTSLEEP Esports, at most, their scaling hero right now is Mizimink. Though 33 does a lot of damage in the late game, but given their lineup, given the Blazing Duet's potential damage, NIIGHTMARE Esports are very comfortable with this, but not much of a comfortable laning here of Cammy as he gets taken out in the bot lane. Top side though, NIIGHTMARE Esports grouping up so that they would at least get a tower to trade it for their bot side. Izzy not really capable of defending, but given the numbers right now, the tower is still up and they just dive onto them right now, punishing that overextension as IDONOTSLEEP Esports still have their tower standing strong at 1 HP.
1 HP.
Unfortunate here for NIIGHTMARE Esports.
Oh man, they did get a favorable trade. They were able to get the turtle though, but look at how they controlled that. They weren't able to successfully take down that tower. They have been getting kills all across the board. Forces the flicker away from Jasmine there. Feathered airstrike landed once again beautifully by Mizimink. NIIGHTMARE Esports hasn't been able to get anything. Like, it's 5 kills here for IDNS, but they have, well, NIIGHTMARE Esports has been getting the turtles, but not so much on the kills, and now IDNS gonna rotate towards that top side. Instead, they are the ones who get the tower! As compared to NIIGHTMARE Esports, NIIHTMARE Esports right now, they really have to look for something here. They only have Jasmine here to engage with the Jawhead. A single target hero as compared to Xandri's Atlas that can set up a 4-man Fatal Links. And you also got the Feathered Airstrike. If landed properly, could be very, very devastating for NIIHTMARE Esports.
Yeah, rotation is pretty easy here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, given the Fanny, the Atlas, and even the Farsa can easily relocate themselves towards any parts of the map. NIIHTMARE Esports a little slower than that, so they need to really think their way through this situation on where they have to go. Because at most, their most mobile hero right now is the Paquito, but he's busy dealing with the Esmeralda. And now, as Mizimink still alive, they get 2 kills instead without any trades. Now have full access on this lore. They're just gonna, recover for the meanwhile, go back towards their base and start this lord up as Izzy is back online. Lois just came from the base. My princess right now being threatened even by Izzy here as Lois joins the fight. Oh, this is gonna be disastrous. NIIHTMARE Esports though still trying to punch their way through as Juviana is just hiding in the brush. Spots out Izzy, backs away. Their main goal is just to stop this lord take.
There's not going to be any commitment from IDNS, knowing that despite the fact that they got 2 members down here from NIIHTMARE Esports, they don't want to overextend, maybe perhaps push the towers before they take in the Lord. Still not yet the Luminous Lord, the 12-minute mark Lord, so they are going to be trying to get as much as they can. Lois going to push in those minion waves on top. But knowing that Xandri has the Fatal Links here, it's going to, NIIHTMARE Esports has to think twice before they commit. Feathered Airstrike has been committed here by Mizimink just to zone away the members of NIIHTMARE Esports. They have to make it some plays here for IDNS to be able to get the Lord like how they did earlier. Here comes the conceal play from Xandri, and Lois tries to go for the backside, but gets the Fatal Links as well. Flicker away from AB33. They get 2 for the price of 1, but it was Lois that got down. Izzy is still not done yet. He's gonna go for the Falling Star Moon. Dances around Juviana as well as Princess. He is quite tanky here. Uses the chains to escape. It's a 3-for-1 exchange, but this time IDS still can't go for the Lord. They do not have Lois.
Yeah, Juviana diving once again, but Faisal recognizes IDONOTSLEEP Esports are grouped up once again here in the mid lane. They'll take this tier 1 tower down. And a while ago, it was interesting because NIIGHTMARE Esports were already ready for that fight. Jasmine was trying to flank. Cammy already has the Demon Hunter sword and the Golden Staff. However, what they did not anticipate is Lois diving them under their tier 2 tower. And while it looked reckless, IDONOTSLEEP Esports' goal at that time is to split up NIIGHTMARE Esports, cutting their plan out into 2 and splitting them up as well. That way, IDONOTSLEEP Esports can set up better for Xandri and provide a lot of room for Izzy, 33, and Mizimink. They punch their way through towards their tier 1 tower as well, upping their lead by 3k at 11 minutes, which is not really that much high, but it is something that they can utilize towards the pressure here right now towards this Lord take. And as Izzy is just dealing with Jasmine happily and confidently, Mizimink may actually catch out Princess right now. Forced to disengage for the moment as Xandri throws that flicker into the Fatal Links, and now with the jungler dead, Mizimink overextended. Cammy nearly blows him up, but Soso is the one to finish them up. Izzy just trying to fall back, and now NIIGHTMARE Esports fighting back. Here comes Lois joining the fight once again. Immediately cuts down Soso in half as Juviana tries to fall back. NIIGHTMARE Esports, they do take the tower mid, but that fight might as well be concluded equal.
Oh dear. Me and Soso was able to land in that Order of Brilliance beautifully into 2, shutting down Mizimink, and after that, punishing IDNS for that overcommitment. Unfortunately for the Lois, he wanted to escape that situation, knowing that he is the Retribution holder, and with the Lord in play, they can't really afford all those risky plays right now. Xandri, everyone's back up right now, but the problem here from NIIGHTMARE Esports is Jasmine hasn't been able to fully engage this Jawhead. Maybe I would have preferred like a Lolita or a hard CC tank, because in terms of the meta right now, that seems to be the one that is meta, that is the most effective when it comes to plays, having that 4-man setup, having that massive crowd control. And for Jasmine, he hasn't been able to land those ejectors, those that ultimates very well. So now for IDNS, what they're winning on the clashes, but for NIIGHTMARE Esports, they have been finding openings as of now. Jasmine gonna use that ejector onto Xandri. Okay. Knock-up strike here by Juviana, feathered airstrike from the backside, but look at Princess going in for Mizimink. He is not able to take him down. Jasmine instead falls under the hands of NIIGHTMARE Esports. And now Soso as well falling really low. Double kill for 33, able to kite away everyone, blazing the wet as well from Cammy. But he is the only one left here. He has nowhere to run. A maniac for 33.
That was unfortunate here for NIIGHTMARE Esports. Cammy was too late in the fight. Their best case scenario is when he goes in first and Soso cleans up the remaining squishy members or low HP members of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Given that setup, it's the best case here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Now they're upping their goal lead even more, and after taking that Luminous Lord, this is going to be lots of towers being taken out here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports for sure, as NIIGHTMARE Esports, they have to group up. They have to commit on one specific location to clash down against IDONOTSLEEP Esports. And now with a better standing here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, with 33 and Mizimink getting a lot of kills, Izzy being unkilled so far in this 14-minute game. They're being extra aggressive now, taking the mid tower down, top side as well. Bottom side is being pushed up by Izzy, and NIIGHTMARE Esports doesn't know where to go. They're stuck on their base right now because they know that if they commit onto one lane, the other lanes will just get pushed up. They have to stack up here in the mid, closer towards their base. Now they're being threatened once again. Izzy diving up front. Mizimink just waiting for that Fatal Links onto 2 as NIIGHTMARE Esports collapses. Cammy already used that Blazing the Wet. No casualties so far, but that inhib tower on top is destroyed.
Oh my. Nightmare Esports was able to defend and they did not have any casualties. Nicely disengaging from that Fatal Link setup by Zanri. But for IDNS Esports, they got what they wanted. The inhibitor tower on the top side. And for Nightmare Esports, it's so difficult to answer to this one. They only got just, again, it's a single target for this Jawhead as compared to Zanri, who could just set up a 4-man Fatal Links. Again, super, super difficult for Nightmare Esports. They don't have that much crowd control. I mean, aside from the Paquito, aside from Juviana, plus at this moment, 15-minute mark, 33 and Busy Mink. They've already gotten all the items that they need. So it's just really difficult for Nightmare Esports to find in some opening right now. 56 seconds before the next Lord, and IDNS is leading by 6k gold.
And this pattern has been a big problem here for Nightmare Esports. As IDONOTSLEEP Esports now looking for another engage. Jasmine has to flicker out. Princess though is looking for a nice flank. However, gets spotted out, chased down here by Miziming. And now it's Soul and Jasmine dead. Only 3 members can defend their bottom lane and mid lane tower. Plus, Zanri still has that Fatal Link. He goes in, gets Cammy, and gets followed up by every single member here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports. With Cammy down, My Princess is still here. Juviana desperately trying to clear out the waves, but Zanri just commits yet again. Feathered airstrike right at their faces, and that's gonna be the wipeout. IDONOTSLEEP Esports going ham on Nightmare Esports.
It's only Jasmine left to defend. Soul will be back up. I don't think it's a wise decision to push this any further, IDNS. You can just go for the Lord. But they're being very, very aggressive here. They could actually be punished. Flicker has been forced here by 33. Zanri falls. 33 still has stoppable at this point. And Soul gonna get the tip of that bullet. And IDNS will be closing this out with a wipeout once again. IDNS,
I think that was a winter truncheon. I think that was a winter truncheon purchased by Izzy. Baited out Soul at the very end to commit onto attacking him and just outmaneuvered that Lunox at the very end. Well played here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Definitely a demonstration of strength and also adaptiveness here by this amazing team. And though Nightmare Esports pushed them really hard and resisted them for so long, still the undefeated here in the first few games is going to be IDONOTSLEEP Esports with a fantastic momentum right now. And their only game later is going to be at our last game against Study for Life. So now they're looking really strong right now. They're the ones to have big expectations in this tournament, and most probably will have a good matchup against MDH Esports on Group A.
Oh my, 33. The man who has been playing the XP lane for the longest time has have fantastic performance. I think this is the second Maniac we have. We're already seeing Maniacs here in the group stages. What more if we head over to the playoffs? Well, Izzy is going to be the MVP for this game on the Esmeralda. That's quite surprising, knowing that there is some counters here towards the Esmeralda, like the Lunox and even the Claude here. But IDNS has played this out fantastically. This time, Zanri was able to land those Fatal Links onto a lot of the members here of Nightmare Esports. It was just so difficult that early that Lois was able to give IDNS here with the Fanny, just open up so much for the side lanes for Izzy, for 33 to be able to have that sweet time to take in the things that they need to get. And 33, of course, 61% on the towers. But Izzy is, I mean, aside from Zanri, it's Izzy the one tanking up all the damage. Speaking of, Izzy, the MVP for the game with the Esmeralda. No deaths at all, surprisingly. And knowing that there's a Lunox and a Claude, he was able to play this out so well with the Esmeralda 6-0-12.
Yeah, and not only his performance or his scoreline was fantastic, the way he utilized this hero effectively towards the laning phase and towards that fight, he was initiating so well here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. And that paved the way for a lot of room here for the rest of the remaining members of their amazing team. Now with a good momentum towards this tournament, next stop is going to be Nightmare Esports against Evo Esports. So this is a good matchup because both of them have wins and both of them have losses right now. Well, Evo Esports doesn't have any. Only has one loss right now. They have yet to find their first win right now. So I'm looking forward
You know what they have in common?
to this one. They have in common. They faced off against a.
They
Yeah.
both face off IDNS, and they both lost to
Yeah.
IDNS here in the group stages.
They both have grudges.
Well, they yeah,
So-
well, the IDNS definitely didn't disappoint, right? They represented the Mekong in MSC, and now they're looking forward to represent the Mekong as well in the M4 World Championship. But GG, before we head over to our next game, we're gonna be heading on to a short break. But don't you guys worry, we have these highlights for you to enjoy. This is NIIGHTMARE Esports and IDNS game number 3. Enjoy the highlights.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. While others run for self. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
Chip One One phải lên bảng điểm số sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, CATTY using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. CATTY plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
All right, welcome back to the Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championship. And of course, we're going to be your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming and Burger Kim. Plus, this match right now is going to be interesting. Nightmare Esports versus Evo Esports in a best-of-1 game. After Nightmare Esports struggled a bit against IDONOTSLEEP Esports, same as Evo Esports. This time, they're gonna be the ones trying to prove themselves that they're the ones worthy, being at least on the upper half of their spot towards their respective Group B.
Well, they both struggled up against IDNS, and yeah, look at that. I think I told you, Gigi, there is a trend here. Like yesterday was people on the blue side winning. Today, we see people on the red side winning. So will it be the same case here? I mean, will Evo Esports take this game? I'm just kidding. You know what? Let's see how this will pan out. I mean, both teams have suffered one win and one loss. Take a look at the standings here. Still IDNS on top of the charts here in the ranking. 100% win rate, no losses just yet, followed by Nightmare Esports, Team Evo, and then Study for Life they haven't just secured any wins yet. And by the way, for everyone who's wondering, it's only the top 2 teams here that will be heading over to the next stage of the M4 Mekong Qualifier. So yesterday, MDH and WAWA Gaming will be moving forward. And then for today, let's see who will emerge in the top 2 spot here in the Group B stages. So now we are seeing 2 teams in the 2nd and the 3rd place respectively, Nightmare and Evo. So let's see who will score a point here this time, knowing that Nightmare Esports has secured that 2nd spot so far. And we're already more than halfway through this Group B stages. So let's see, we only have 2 more games after this one, so it's only Study for Life, Evo Esports, then you got Study for Life once again, and IDONOTSLEEP Esports. So well, everyone needs all the points that they can get. Here we go, heading straight into the drafting phase. Nightmare Esports and Team Evo. Nightmare Esports on the blue side this time.
I want to make them nervous right now. Nightmare Esports and Team Evo actually have only this game to prove themselves that how can I say this? This game will determine who will sit second on Group B right
Yeah.
now. Because NIGHTMARE Esports, this is their final game. Evo Esports still has one game later that they can win as well against, what team is it? Study for Life. But
Study for Life,
they
yeah.
have to win this game in order to take down NIGHTMARE Esports and be the one under IDONOTSLEEP Esports. So, no pressure, guys. No pressure, but this will dictate whether you stay in the Mekong Qualifiers or not.
You know what, Gigi? NIGHTMARE Esports has been banning away this biggie, but they haven't had any opportunity to just take the Atlas. I'm just so...
Yeah.
So I know they're setting up for that. Either they're setting up for the Atlas or the Akai, but it seems like they haven't been getting those picks just yet. So mostly, like, they really need to give Jasmine a very good hero here. Early on, we've seen Jasmine on the Jawhead, which I personally don't think is very good in the meta right now. We're talking about center tags. We're talking about team fights. So you wouldn't want a Jawhead to have that same... I mean, it can work sometimes, especially if the composition is quite squishy. But this time, you know, having those solid front lines will be difficult to pull off the Jawhead. The Wyman ban comes through here, so no Valentina and Faramis still. Team Evo, are they gonna take away the Fanny? Or not unless, you know, NIGHTMARE Esports wants to pick that up. There is still a lot of options.
Either take
open
away
here.
the Fanny or the Atlas at this point. And NIGHTMARE Esports really want to pick
Paquito?
up that Atlas. Paquito as well is online. So Team Evo or Evo Esports take out the Balmond instead, so they can pick up two
Perhaps.
of the three choices: Paquito, Atlas, and the Fanny. Name one here for NIGHTMARE Esports. Things have turned a little bit south here for NIGHTMARE Esports.
Yeah, are they gonna go for the classic Paquito first pick? That's a little bit safe for me. I mean, NIGHTMARE, yeah, there you go. They really don't want to let Team Evo know what type of strategy they will bring out. I mean, it's too... there you go. They get the Knight of the Atlas once again. I mean, I think NIGHTMARE Esports has been wanting to pick this up, especially for Jasmine. And it's just so sad to see this happening once again. Team Evo picking up the Atlas and the Melissa. I would say a very solid pick. So, NIGHTMARE Esports, again, they're going to go with the same type of composition. This time, the Graph will be opened up. Claude, I think, will be the choice here to go up against the Melissa. Not unless they want to go for a different types of marksman. Like, we've seen the Bruno emerge. We haven't seen so much Iritel, actually, and the Beatrix. So, it's kind of refreshing to see a new type of lineup in the gold lane. So, Farsa is going to be prioritized by NIGHTMARE Esports. Team Evo can actually go... I mean, if they want to put firepower after firepower, they can go for the Eve, but instead, they go for the Esmeralda here. Another hero picked up for their side, and immediately they take away the Dyrot here, immediately just to, you know, let the Esmeralda win the lane. NIGHTMARE Esports, they still need someone in the mid lane, so are they going to take away heroes like the Sicilian in terms of the damage, the scaling, especially since the Sicilian is known to face the Farsa in the mid lane? The Sanguine Claws can actually cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, so that could be a possible option. Or the Eve as well. I mean, I know you're not a fan of that lineup, the very long Feathered Airstrike and the Eve as well, battling it out in the mid lane. So the lane will be taken out as well here for NIGHTMARE Esports.
I personally like the composition that NIGHTMARE Esports is building right now. With the Farsa, with the Grok, with the Paquito, they have a lot of space to create for their possible marksman. Yeah, Melissa is online right now for Evo Esports, but NIGHTMARE Esports can respond once again actually with the Claude, but this time it has a lot of backup. You have the Farsa with the Feathered Airstrike, you have a lot of crowd control, and you have heroes like the Paquito that can push away the enemies, especially the frontline fighter ones like the Esmeralda, and create space for your marksman to actually initiate towards. Now Team Evo has to pick up a mage that can actually counter those threats, or at least be on par with the Farsa, so possibly they can pick up the Eve. But lot of
Still
heroes
open.
are still available here
Oh,
for
Kadita.
Team Evo on their fourth pick. Yeah, the Kadita
Yeah,
actually
for
is a
Kadita.
big combo for the Atlas.
Yeah.
And it does
Yeah,
make a
I mean,
lot
if
of
you
sense.
land it right, if you land the Fatal Links and then you get the Rough Waves as well, that's going to be a very lethal combo. Plus the Falling Star Moon and the Melissa being put into play, that's very, very scary. But they pick up a very good mage as well, Flash one with the
Safe
classic
one.
Lilia in the main. Safe one. It has mobility as well with the Black Shoes, Flicker out. That could be engaged an insane amount of bursts as well, knowing that you're dealing
Yeah.
with two melee heroes, the Paquito and the Grok. Nightmare Esports, is Cammy still going to go for the Claude? It's open right now to go up against the Melissa. If they want to go for a bit more range, they can go with the Iritel, which I honestly haven't seen in the Mekong Qualifiers. It hasn't been nerfed. Still pretty
It's hard to
good
pick up
in
the
terms of
Iritel,
range.
I think, at this point.
I mean, but there's an
Atlas
Atlas
isn't-
though. I like the
Yeah.
range. I mean, that's why I always
The
suggest the
range is
Iritel. But I
superb. Yeah. It's like, if Nightmare Esports has like a Diggy, then the Iritel would have been so good here for Nightmare Esports. But we're gonna be seeing a Karina.
Yeah, Claude.
That's nice.
Yeah, we've seen a Karina yesterday, but Nightmare Esports Cammy are gonna go for the Claude. I do like the Claude much better than the Iritel in this case because there is an Atlas, much more difficult to catch the Claude, especially since you are the main damage dealer. You wanna be able to escape that Fatal Links, and now Team Evo still needs a jungler to go up against the Karina. More or less that's definitely the jungler rather. So Barats. So staying for Team Evo. Solid.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Three
of frontline
frontliners.
power. Yeah. Bouncers for the Melissa and the Lilia. Lots of crowd control as well. Their primary goal maybe is to devour the main frontline hero here. For Evo Esports, because right now things are looking really good here for Nightmare Esports with the draft that they have, and Team Evo Esports with the Barats. They can find a way to turn a 5 versus 5 into a 4 versus 5 for a brief amount of time, creating some space for the Melissa whenever someone actually engages onto them. Most likely it's gonna be the Paquito or the Grok, either way. With the Barats, late game scaling is also gonna be pretty good here for Evo Esports.
Jasmine, I think this is a much better hero for Jasmine to engage with the Wild Charge and the Guardian's Barrier, especially since you can counter engage towards One Noise's Atlas. But again, the side lanes are pretty much the same. We do have to talk a little bit about the junglers here, the Karina versus the Barats. I mean, the Barats can pretty much sustain using that passive so well. 50 seconds before the next door, but I think there is going to be a scrimmage there on the river side. Let's see what's gonna happen there. Gonna chunk down Princess real low, forcing them to back away. I'm not so sure who got the Little Wanderer there. I mean, let's check it out. It's either Princess or Your Name will be actually securing that one, but it's still pretty much too early to tell. It's classic lineup, but again, this time I feel like Jasmine will engage much better than the last game that they had with IDNS.
Yeah, Nightmare Esports as well. I think they drafted pretty effectively in this game. Much better than earlier, especially with the Jaw. I personally did not like that pick that they had. This time with the Grok open and taken in here by Nightmare Esports, they have a lot more security towards their front and back line power for the setup here onto Cammy, because a while ago he was setting up alone on team fights against IDONOTSLEEP Esports, and now better airstrike being thrown out. My Princess secured the turtle as Jasmine looks to tank her way towards Evo Esports, and now with the first blood taken by Nightmare Esports, we're seeing Evo Esports fight back a little bit with the Esmeralda being in the front line and 1-for-1 trade, but I'll give that to Nightmare Esports since they got the turtle.
Oh, I do have to disagree with you there. I think it should be Evo's that got the better trade-off. They got two heroes.
Oh, they got
also
two.
took down the jungler. Yeah, they got two heroes. They got Soul and Princess in that. I mean, it was a clutch Fatal Links by One Noise. So pretty much
good
equalizing the trade-off that Nightmare got onto their jungler, onto Your Name, actually. Getting caught in the middle of everything. But for Nightmare Esports, it's fortunate enough they were able to get the turtle in that round. And they are on the gold lead right now, just by a little bit. But again, this time it's looking much better for Jasmine with this Grok. Earlier on, he couldn't do so much engages, and now all they need to do is just, again, the tempo is being set up by roamers here, by Wanois and Jasmine. So let's see who will engage first, and then afterwards, how it'll pan out. It's all up to the roamers here. They're the ones dictating the tempo.
A while ago, it was NIIGHTMARE Esports that started off the fight, while Evo Esports were a bit scattered, trying to collapse towards the turtle side location. However, that clutch fatal links by Wanois really pushed NIIGHTMARE Esports towards their limit and turned the fight around. That transition into a 2-for-1 trade. So maybe if Evo Esports would be complete initially, it would be better for them. Jasmine was casted by a fatal links here by Wanois, but wasn't knocked
missed
back
out on a fatal links though.
Yeah, that's sad a bit.
There's so much pressure here for NIIGHTMARE Esports. Just creating so much pressure up against Biston there with the Melissa. He's actually going to be utilizing the tower, just tower hugging this bottom side, knowing that Sosol and Jasmine are relentless on trying to take him down. And now the turtle flash one gonna get bursted by the knock-up strike of JVC, and now he's actually gonna still go for Wanois. This time your name is gonna be able to get in the turtle. The zone is welcome here onto Princess. He gets gobbled up there, but instead your name will be punished there with the shadow strike. And here comes the rest of the members of NIIGHTMARE Esports. Oper is gonna be able to tank up, soak up the shields here of JVC, but he won't be bursted down here. Better there strike. Gets landed here by Sosol. Flash one gonna try to go in for the glooms. Pops in the black shoes to be able to sustain the damage coming through from NIIGHTMARE Esports. And they safely disengage. Still NIIGHTMARE Esports on the lead right now.
Yeah, this is a better performance by NIIGHTMARE Esports, especially right now. JVCB is using the Paquito. A while ago when it was a different story when Juviano was the one using it. I think this might be not his best hero on the XP lane, but JVCB is being very confident, diving and also flanking from a good angle against Evo Esports. Now with a 2-1-2 scoreline, actually sitting pretty much good with 100% kill participation. He's always there whenever it's a fight and making sure they land the final blow. My Princess as well. Isolated kill onto Upper, shutting him down pretty hard. And now as NIIGHTMARE Esports getting back on track with a 2,000 gold lead, Evo Esports are starting to look a little bit scattered here. Mostly responding towards these proactive plays of NIIGHTMARE Esports. And now Jasmine again engaging onto Flash 1. No follow-up though, so he's just gonna back away for now.
Yep, that was an attempt by Jasmine to take down Flash 1, but that's not really the hero you want to take down. He still has the black shoes, but this time Evo is going to send two of their members here onto the bot side. They've been continuously pressuring Biston in the early stages, and with Sosol rotating towards the mid side, clearing out the waves, it's going to be much easier to gank Cammy here onto the bot side. There's the turtle here in the 6-minute mark, and Jasmine is going to try and invade here. Gonna get chunked down really low by Biston, and he's gonna get caught in the middle of it all, and there's the fatal links from Wanois. Not able to take down Jasmine. It's just gonna burn away the flicker, and now NIIGHTMARE Esports gonna reposition themselves for this turtle take. Evo Esports is already here. They're gonna try to wait for something. JVC gonna try to go for the knockup strike, but that is an Esmeralda you're going up against. Not gonna be easy to take down here.
That was funny earlier because Sosol was actually there in the brush, but then when he realized his friend was being attacked, he was like, nope, I must skedaddle out. Now with Cammy getting a kill with the help of Sosol in the bot lane, plus 8 tower. Evo Esports are just gonna respond with a turtle take to try and catch up in terms of the gold, because now NIIGHTMARE Esports are up by 2.5k. You'll get another turret in the bot lane as well. With the help of Sosol once again onto Cammy, with them enabling their marksman, this is going to really increase their damage towards the next possible team fights, because we're gonna have the Lord spawning up in the next minute and a half, and Evo Esports are not yet capable of going hard on team fights.
Yep. NIIGHTMARE Esports already here on the riverside. And with the 2 towers that were taken down, I don't think it's going to be easy for Evo to actually contest for any of the major objectives, knowing that a lot of map control has been given to NIIGHTMARE Esports. Care of Cammy, by the way, that has taken down 2 towers in the 8-minute mark. So that's going to create a lot of space for NIIGHTMARE Esports to get what they want. The topside tower as well has been continuously pressured, sending Biston there. And now 59 seconds before the next Lord is up. This is quite difficult for Evos to actually do anything about the situation. Not unless there is going to be a nice Fatal Links here by Wanois. But so far, they have been on the defensive side. And speaking of Wanois, he's going to get stunned there by the feathered airstrike. And they are relentless on trying to take in the towers. Cammy gets this top side as well. 30 seconds before the Lord. So much space for Team NIIGHTMARE Esports to get this Lord. I mean, Team Evo is just really struggling to find anything at this point because they're scattered all around the map. And Wanois, I mean, there was that clutch Fatal Links earlier on, and we have yet to see it once again.
Yeah, they're starting to dive on the Jasmine. Fatal Links onto one, not really the best target here for Evo Esports. And this is the problem actually on their draft night now. We talked about the pick on the Lilia, and now we see him using the black shoes just to disengage. It would have been better if they got actually the Eve, because they're starting to feel the effect of the crowd control here in the zoning of Soso with the Sparsa. Now with a take on the tower, NIIGHTMARE Esports looking for more picks. Jasmine a little bit overextended, but Viston is being threatened by JVCV. Now with low HP members on Evo Esports, NIIGHTMARE Esports starting up this Lord. Cammy and My Princess are just attacking this right now, stacking up the first skill here of Cammy in order to have a much better burst damage with the Blazing Duet. Evo Esports just giving it away for now. 5k actually here for NIIGHTMARE Esports. Things are starting to get out of hand here for Evo Esports.
You know, I don't... this is why the turtle trade-off by Evo, they were able to get the turtle, but instead it was the price for the 2 towers. A bit too much, I would say. Like, for NIIGHTMARE Esports to... for Evo Esports actually to give away to NIIGHTMARE Esports. And they immediately take down that Lord 10 minutes in. Wanois already struggling right now. Having that second thought before he actually goes in for the Fatal Links. He has to pick up the right targets here. So he's reserving that feathered airstrike as well by Soso to pop in the black shoes away from Flash 1. But they aren't able to take away any of the major objectives just yet. Just getting the resources here away from Evo Esports. They are on the lead right now. 35k for NIIGHTMARE as compared to Evo. Not yet reaching that 30k mark. Another tower goes down here. At least all the second tier towers are gone here from NIIGHTMARE Esports.
Yeah, NIIGHTMARE Esports looking so strong and stable right now, as Evo Esports lost all of their outer turrets. Meanwhile, for NIIGHTMARE Esports, still well intact. All towers still secured and very much healthy here on their side. Evo Esports being down by 7,000, 8,000 is a big deal because their scaling into the late game is being reduced and prevented here by NIIGHTMARE Esports. Meanwhile, Soul, Cammy are already online, and look at how JCVB is just easily disengaging away from this Atlas. I don't think Evo Esports can initiate any more here against NIIGHTMARE Esports.
You know, Wanois has been so frugal with his Fatal Links. I haven't seen any just yet. Like, I don't know who he's trying to target here. Perhaps, like, I think the best target here would have to be Soul. I mean, it's not going to be so easy to get the Fatal Links onto Cammy. By the way, Cammy hasn't had any deaths just yet, as well as Soul. So this is going to be very tricky for Wanois, like waiting for that proper setup. He has been saving that Fatal Links, but all of the time, you know, with an Atlas, you might have to make those plays, not just conserving your Fatal Links. I mean, even one Fatal Links onto either Jasmine would be very much it would be a very good breathing space here for Evo. Feathered airstrike is here as well. It's gonna dish out so much damage up against Evo Esports. just taking away a lot of the ultimates right before this Lord.
Yeah, Flash Rondo with a nice plant onto Soso, cutting down his path earlier. But now with the Luminous Lord up, Evo Esports, I don't think they can engage here, but they have no choice. Wanois has a big responsibility now to engage
Yeah, he's there
properly
in the bush.
onto Nightmare Esports. He has to make that miracle of a Fatal Links, but Flash 1 had to pop out that black shoes just to sustain himself and bring back to full health. Now Wanois
There you
finds
go.
Soso. Can you actually get the Fatal
doesn't
Links?
commit to the Fatal-
Doesn't
Oh,
get
there
it
you
just
go,
yet.
finally,
Wait
the
for the
Fatal
second one. Follow-up though is not that good as Wanois gets bursted out. And now
The
here
Lord is
comes
still up,
Cammy.
guys.
JVCB getting those kills. Upper though on the flank, shutting down Soso from the back line. But 4 versus 1 now in this situation. Nightmare Esports are just chasing down this Esmeralda. Not
no,
scared at all
Upper.
anymore. You're all alone. You may be fast, but we can cut your path down. Nightmare Esports with a wipeout.
I don't think they're gonna wait for the Lord. They're just gonna go straight in for this inhibitor tower, and down it goes. Manoy, the only one left. He has the Fatal Link, but does not have the backup just yet. Gonna delay some time, but he's gonna get bursted down by Princess. They're gonna go straight for the base, and it's over. GG. Nightmare Esports will take this round.
Yeah, fantastic performance here by Nightmare Esports. Now, as they conclude their 3 games total, they are sitting at a 2-1 score pretty comfortably. Securing actually maybe their second spot here for Group B, and an incredible bounce back here after their small hiccup against IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They drafted better, not relying on the Johnson anymore, and with the incredible performance of JVCB replacing Juviana in the XP lane, we saw a more proactive team here overall for Nightmare Esports. And for Evo Esports, I think they struggled a bit, especially that they drafted a nice teamfight base composition. I think it would have been better. I've said this a while ago. Would have been better if they pick up the Eve as their mid lane instead for that extra AoE zone control as well to match up the Farsa. But the Lily was okay in terms of damage, but in terms of having that space created for your marksman, it simply wasn't present. And despite the Fatal Link clutch earlier by their Atlas, the damage, the follow-up was too insufficient. It would have been better if they set it up much closer towards their allies. Overall, Nightmare Esports, incredible performance.
Yeah, Princess was able to secure in a lot of the objectives here for Nightmare Esports. And as for Cammy, right? This is what I mentioned. A lot of tower takes from Tammy. 2 towers in particular on the bottom side. And that was able to open up the map for Nightmare Esports to take in the Turtles and the Lord. And I think that was the major thing here for Nightmare Esports. The space that was created all around the map by Cammy. This man with the Claude, 208. Is the MVP for the game, and congratulations to Nightmare Esports, their second victory here in the Mekong Qualifiers, actually solidifying their second place spot here in the Group B stages. But all I can say, GG, is that it's going to be quite tight when we come into our top 4 teams. We've already seen the performances by our teams today, and it has been quite exciting. We've seen a Gushan, the second Maniac for the M4 qualifiers, and you're going to be seeing more of these teams. Study for Life and Team Evo for the next match. So let's see how they will be able to rack up some more points here, because knowing that Study for Life and Team Evo, they are on the bottom 2 of the food chain right now in the Group B stages.
And hopefully Study for Life has studied these teams that played against each other before them. The first, their second match is gonna be Evo Esports, and then IDONOTSLEEP Esports. It's gonna be a big challenge, but let's see later on. Before we go into the next game, we're just gonna be going to a short break. You're watching Mekong Qualifiers for the M4 World Championships. Young Gaming and Burger King will be back. Please watch these highlights.
よ力を解き放て消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
For a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
で消え去れ
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
for a clearer sky.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Battle is being started here by Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
Chip 1-1 phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quét dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam của chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kylie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the marquee. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
You're still watching the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. We're down to our last two games. Still Burger Kim and GG at your service. For these last two games, we're going to be having Study for Life and Team Evo. And these two teams, GG, they haven't scored any wins just yet. So it's going to be more or less perhaps like a battle for the third or fourth spot here in the Group B stages. So again, Study for Life and Team Evo. Study for Life already had a very long break today. And once again, we're going to be seeing them play for the last two games.
Lots of time to study these teams as well on their playstyle, on what hero they usually like, and how they navigate across the map. So this should give them a little bit of confidence, I guess, or gauge on their opponents, especially right now. They're going up against Evo Esports, which I would put them on equal grounds based on their score line. But performance-wise, honestly, Evo Esports kind of resisted more against their opponent. Study for Life during their game against Hyper Esports, I think it was just a 12-minute game or 14-minute game by Nightmare Esports, and they had a not really the best composition when Study for Life battled against Nightmare Esports, and that's one of the things that they had to address. And hopefully, this time against Evo Esports, they would draft a little bit better and also execute it much more, well, smoother, I guess.
Yeah, and for Team Evo, let's see what will be put into play here, since they usually go for the fighter type of junglers, like the Paquito and the Barretts that have been utilized in the past 2 games. And immediately, they take away the Atlas here for Study for Life. That is going to be such a huge problem, especially knowing that Monois has picked this up, and the Fanny will still not be opened up this time. So I'm anticipating probably like a Diggy. Well, I mean, the Atlas is already out, so there's no reason to actually put out the Diggy, not unless you want to go for the Akai. Heroes like the Paramis and Valentina are still open here, and with Study for Life in the blue side, they do have the luxury of getting the first pick here. The Grok as well, a repeat ban once again by Study for Life. And Team Evo, are they going to let go of the Paramis or the Valentina? That could be the second ban here being put into play by Team Evo.
Yeah, for sure, Team Evo has to be the one to ban out the Paramis or the Valentina. Actually, they ban out the Paquito instead, which is one of the most first pick heroes right now here at Group B. And Study for Life will actually have the option to pick up either the Valentina or the Paramis here, given that Team Evo only has one more ban, unless, Study for Life takes one away, which I honestly suggest no, because they can just maybe let one through, or maybe take away the Lilia, so that Team Evo would be opted to ban out the Valentina, and then suddenly Study for Life picks up that Paramis.
Oh, they take out the Lunox here. Of course, respecting Flash 1. Okay, that's a bit too early, which means that the Valentina Paramis is open here for the taking. They also take away the Diggy, like what I mentioned earlier. So, will they go for a Valentina? Definitely, right? If this hero is open, it's always going to be the case. Now it's going to be baiting Team Evo to pick up the Paramis. I think that would be very good, the 1-1 Paramis. And it does make sense now that they banned away the Diggy, one of the heroes as well that can control the 1-1 in the gold lane. So Paramis, are they going to try to pick that up? Especially with the adjustments of the that was made to the Valentina, it's not going to be easy to pop that crossbow of Tang. They got a very solid next 2 picks here from Team Evo, but for Study for Life, the Paramis is still pretty much open here, so they can go for that pause 5 Paramis. A little bit too much, a lot of sustain on their side if they do pick up the Paramis in this stage. I mean, knowing that there's an Akai, there's a 1-1, there's going to be an insane amount of bursts, insane amount of setups as well. So that could be the case. 3 magic damage dealers for Study for Life if they want to go that route.
And they're now just trying to build damage, I guess, here on the side of Study for Life. Picking up that Jillian. They can also maybe get the Clint here to match the 1-1 in the laning phase, or maybe the Popol and Koopa, but they settled for the Esmeralda. Yeah, that is a nice pick, given that they banned out the Lunox earlier. So only the D-Roth remaining here on the side of Team Evo. Study for Life maybe taunting Team Evo to pick up that D-Roth right now, so they can ban away the Paramis in the second banning phase. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, truly. Like, I mean, it's either you go for the Dairo to counter the Esmeralda, you pick up the Paramis to sustain your clashes. But again, this is the beauty of having a Valentina. You're gonna think twice about picking up that hero, right? There is the IMU ultimate of the Valentina that is so useful in the clashes. So what's it gonna be for Evo? They're still going to pick up the Paramis despite the fact of the Valentina being put into play. So once again, we are going to be seeing a Valentina Paramis matchup in this game number 5. And for Study for Life, they do need to take, again, it doesn't confirm the fact that is this a mid lane Paramis or is it a Roam or Faramis. So that's something that Study
Yeah.
for Life has to consider right now. Dyrot might actually be the ban here for Study for Life, knowing that there is an Esmeralda, kind of confirming also that this Julian is going to be more or less in the jungle role.
I think the safest route here for Study for Life is banning out the Diroth and also the Estes, so that there's not gonna be that much counters anymore towards the composition here of Study for Life. They ban out the Diroth. Estes as
Diroth.
well might be a good ban, so because of the possibility of the Faramis being in the mid lane and having a +5 Estes for that ultra sustain. But Team Evo right now, despite their supposed high sustain lineup, they're kind of lacking in damage. Right now, they're relying on Biston on this 1-1, which is gonna be a little bit scary. Fredrin taken away already as well, which is a pretty good deal too, because of how big of a sustain this particular hero has, especially when paired up with the Faramis. Honestly, Melissa has been banned away
Lilia?
by Team Evo.
Lilia could be an option here for Flash 1 just to take away one of the useful ultimates. I mean, there's so many things for the Valentina to pick up here right now. The Faramis is Cult Altar, the heavy spin from the Akai. So maybe just take away one, right? The Lilia, great amount of burst, can poke as well, but they are going to be choosing to go for the Benedetta side lane to pressure the Esmeralda. To cut out the waves to contain this Esmeralda in the lane, but Study for Life is going to be picking up, there you go, a Setter Lolita and the burst as well, another burst hero, the Claude in the gold lane. So kind of confirms that this is a jungle Julian. They still need a mid laner here for Team Evo to go up against this. Are they gonna go for the range, or are they gonna go for the burst like the Lilia dive? I mean, there is the Faramis here. That could be a possible option. I mean, the Lolita is a very good answer to the Faramis. So let's see if Team Evo will answer it out with a Lilia or possibly another type of mage. I'm thinking like Savior if you want the range. But again, there is a Valentina. So I would highly suggest that the Lilia would be much, much better. Not unless you're going to play the Faramis mid lane. Yeah, that could be an option.
And Study for Life actually drafted quite well here. I'm kind of hesitant though on the Lolita pick because of the... Oh. Whoa.
Kadita.
Whoa.
This is new.
All right.
Okay, a
Yeah.
Kadita to
I'm
burst
kind of worried
down.
on the setup though.
Yeah. I mean, the Kadita, I get the idea. You want to take down the Claude. You want to take down the Julian. But at the same time, this could be used up against you. There is the Valentina. And that's really, really... That's the thing, right? If you have a Valentina, would you pick up like someone to dish out the damage, or would you pick up someone that nullifies the, like what the Valentina is made for, right? The Lilia. So again, I think for Team Evo, they do have something in mind. They want to go for the assassinations. They want to go for the single target pickups as well, and knowing that there is the Benedetta and the Kadita being put into play here, make the 1-1 scale up. But as for Study for Life, this is a very good draft coming from them. They do have the Valentina and they have the Lolita as well, with the Numenon Blast to set up things after the Faramis' Cult Altar is gone.
Oh, let's see if this will pan out well for Study for Life, or will Team Evo find a way to deal with this Valentina despite a lot of ultimates being available to hijack here with the IMU, as this is going to be a much more pressure towards Study for Life, because let's be honest, let's take into consideration if we look at the stats, right? This is just the second game of Study for Life. If they win against Team Evo, they have a chance of challenging NIIGHTMARE Esports on tie on the second spot against the remaining one, which is IDONOTSLEEP Esports. But they have to win against IDONOTSLEEP Esports as well to make it a triple tie on the securement of that spot on the playoffs. It's going to be challenging. Might even take a miracle for them to do, but I'm not gonna close out that door yet on them. So far in this early game, they're actually being very proactive. Wanoy is definitely being threatened on a dive, but still able to disengage successfully.
There's still no level 4 just yet from our teams. And looking at how Evo is rotating, they're just waiting to have that proper setup here. Your name is already level 4, so we can go for the heavy spin here, knowing that the turtle is going to be spawning here in the XP lane. And with how Oper is containing this up against the Esmeralda, cutting out so much waves, not gonna let Meow actually join in the fights. Here comes the first turtle. Oper as well gonna be so proactive here. Gonna spot out Study for Life. Turtles already half HP, and with the position here, your name is positioned very well to take in this one. Not unless there's gonna be anything. There's a Falling Star Moon. The turtle's gonna be taken here by Team Evo. Your name with the Retribution play, and now without any casualty at all, they are able to sustain with the Cult Altar. Beautifully done by Team Evo.
Yeah, that is the high sustain comp, as they have picked up the turtle as well. Study for Life is gonna take a little longer for them to be able to burst down the members of Evo Esports. Yandere is still not online, still just trying to scale up in the gold lane, but there is a possible flank though by Flash One. Just waiting on the brush here on the bot side. I'm kind of nervous here for Yandere. Doesn't know where he is, but is actually having a bad gut feeling.
Yeah, that's why he's staying
what
over
the
there.
CATTY usually does. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is scary.
He just knows. I think Yandere just knows here. Flash One is in this bush. I have to watch out. Not as Flash One. There you go.
Okay.
BMI, he spots Flash One. He does get spotted here by the members of Study for Life and safely evading that one. So nicely predicted by Yandere there. So map awareness is the key. Fugo as the Cult Altar right now going to be taken away from Team Evo. And here comes Meow as well with the Falling Star Moon on to Flash One. He is able to survive though. But Team Evo just looking to pressure Yandere so much here onto the bottom side. You see how they put all their resources up against this Claude. 4-man rotation here by Study for Life. He gets taken here. There is not going to be the Ruffle base for Flash One. He instead is going to use that to disengage, forcing 2 members of Team Evo to back away, which means that Study for Life is positioned very well here in the turtle side. 9 seconds before the turtle take. Mikasa can actually have the very good position here to take in the turtle. Earlier on, it was your name actually securing the turtle for Team Evo.
Yeah, this time they're being contested, Study for Life. But their XP laners are, well, pretty much busy holding out their lanes. Standard stuff, so it's going to be at most a 4 versus 4 fight. Sustain is still quite high here for Evo Esports, but they're being threatened on a flank. Meow though being pulled here by Wanois, and suddenly there's Upper and Meow joining the fight as they collapse now. Altar gonna be used here to try and sustain them, but Yandere is still pulling through with a kill. Double kill here for Study for Life as they only lost Reflect. They try to scatter Team Evo right now, and they made it through, but as they get isolated, Upper is making due work here in the bot lane, nearly getting Yandere. Yeah. Woo.
Oh, he did a tower dive there. A little bit too overzealous coming in from Oper. Trying to go in for Yandere, but instead with the backup of Fugo, he is able to sustain that one. And with the tower leverage also, he was punished instantly by Study for Life. Oper going down. And this time there's actually going to be a switch up on the lanes. You see Biston actually going to the top side to go up against the Esmeralda. I would say that's a very good call from Team Evo. Pressuring the sides here and knowing that the Esmeralda needs to go near Biston to be able to get in the kills, to be able to eat up the shields. It's not going to be so easy for Meow as well to do this, especially this is a 1-1 that can stack up with the ultimate with the crossbow tank.
Just trying to poke out Flash One here. Evo Esports, yeah, they got too ambitious there in the bot side, especially for Upper. So we got 2 kills in that fight. That is a good deal that they had earlier to increase the scaling here of this Benedetta, as now they're located towards top side. Good clear though by Mikasa, stopping the push towards the tower as Study for Life looks to just scale up right now, looking to slow down the pace of the game. to allow Yandere to split push on the bot side because Team Evo still are committing towards top side. Your name now setting up with a heavy spin as they cast in the cult altar as well. Nice use of Fuga's IMU to do the same, sustain themselves on that top side fight. Pretty even battle here by Study for Life and Team Evo.
Yeah, now they give up one tower onto the bot side. The same thing. But look at the burst coming in from the rough waves. Meow instantly goes down. Biston and Flash 1 continuously pressuring that top side. Here comes the turtle. Fugo as well. Gonna terrify one noise. With the primal rat, he is able to sustain. Flash 1 as well. Gonna use skill out. And the Study for Life gonna go in for this turtle, and so far your name has been so on point with the retribution plays. Fugo as well getting in the heavy spin here, but on the backside you see Yandere with the blazing duet causing Flash 1 to fall, and now your name gonna use that heavy spin. This time Mikasa will be able to secure in that turtle. Oprah as well gonna dash in and out, and look at the Numenum blast, it stuns too! Your name falls, one noise as well, gonna be the next one. He does not have the cult altar here. Instead, Yandere is going to do the cleanup work. They're taking down Oprah as well. 3% exchange in favor of Study for Life.
Yeah, Study for Life going ham on Evo Esports right now, and they're trying to take this tower in the mid lane. Being contested though, Cult Altar gonna be used by
Meow
Noise to
survives!
try and sustain.
Oh, yes, the
Meow
shield.
though, escaping
Yes,
death.
he is able to sustain. Yeah, that was almost a kill. Like, the stone was able to pop the crossbow of Tang, but with the Esmeralda, yep, he is able to sustain. Again, this is the same thing that we saw in the last game of Evo, wherein all of their towers were taken down by Cammy's Claude, and this is the same thing that's happening right now. Study for Life taking down all of the towers on the bot side. It's only the inhibitor left. Yandere just dishing out so much damage. He already got the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Golden Staff, so one blazing duet is enough to burst down the backlines. Even tanky heroes like Your Name and One Noise could go down if landed properly. Study for Life right now, despite the fact that they didn't start out very well, looks like they're doing very, very good right now in the 9-minute mark. 6 kills up against Team Evo.
Yeah, tremendous effort and improvement actually here from Study for Life, as now they're sitting comfortably, making some plays across the map. Evo Esports though, looking as well. They spotted out Mikasa and might actually commit onto him, as now it's being chased away. One is just trying to do some damage. Pops out the gold altar for both teams. The first one to expire is going to be Team Evo, but they got Mikasa already. No Claude in the fight, which means no AoE damage. And Biston now flies to the air, nearly gets Meow. Here comes Yandere trying to join. Fugo as well, trying to draw them out as Wanoy gets chased in here. Might actually get taken out here as Yandere throws out that blazing duet, getting at least one for the team. But yeah, Wanoy still up. Now Yandere and the rest joining the fight as Your Name is just soaking up a lot of damage. But Copper now is slicing through the members of Study for Life. Gets 3 kills, a big shutdown onto Yandere, and look at that, Team Evo slapping hard right back at Study for Life.
Oh, so Team Evo that got a better trade-off there. It was a 3-for-2 exchange. Care of Oper on this Benedetta, just targeting Yandere spot on there, just lacking that target, making sure that Yandere is not able to dish out more damage up against Team Evo. And after those 2 pickoffs, 3 pickoffs rather by Study for Life, they are actually gonna equalize the gold here. It's almost a 30k, almost just a 1k lead. Earlier on it was like 3-4k by Study for Life, and now they just demolished that gold lead by Study for Life after those pickoffs, after the shutdown, especially on Yandere.
Yeah, big shutdown. And what's worse here for Study for Life is that the Benedetta is getting all of the gold, so that is a lot of pressure, especially onto the next team fights. They have to find a way to isolate this Benedetta, maybe through Meow focusing on the split push instead to draw attention towards this Benedetta of Upper, so that it's gonna force just a 4v4 fight for Study for Life and Evo Esports. But now, as the Lord is involved, Both teams are actually keeping their eyes onto it. Study for Life wants to secure this. Yandere can stack up his passive right here so that he will get the stacks up and prepare for that Blazing Duet, but they're being contested. Actually, Upper is gonna be late onto the fight. Study for Life is already complete, but he has a nice position towards the flank, gets spotted out. Yandere is very low after taking so much damage from Biston. And as Evo Esports pick up that Dominance Ice and armor magic penetration for Flash 1, they might actually commit onto this, but oh no,
Oh, no
One
reflect.
Eye is a little bit far. Reflect getting
Oh,
damage.
Biston is able to
Biston
pop from
flies
that.
to the air, gets one out. Study for Life getting thrown out here by Evo Esports. Cast in that
Oh,
cult
again.
altar to sustain themselves. Mikasa cannot escape from Biston and Upper, and that's gonna be 4 kills. Only Liao remains alive. Suddenly, their lead gets deleted from this game, and Evo Esports are now steering the wheel.
You see how Team Evo played that so well. Flash 1 was hiding in that bush, and eventually one Biston was able to pop in that crossbow of Tang. It was the rest of the members of Study for Life was actually backing away, and once they were backing away, they weren't anticipating that Flash 1 was in that bush waiting to make that rough place, deleting instantly 2 members of Study for Life, and eventually getting them that much awaited Luminous Lord. It has been Study for Life in the early stages, and now it's time for Team Evo to strike back after that one fight. And right now, Oper is really, it's not even Biston here, it's actually Oper being so difficult to deal with. He's going on the top side right now at the bot side. He's just so proactive here, containing Meow in his lane. And right now, they're just going down slowly, one by one, the towers here of Study for Life. They're going to continuously try to pressure this one. Here comes the heavy spin. The Cult Altar has been popped here by Fugo. They're going to get stunned here after the Cult Altar, but Biston going to try to pop in that crossbow Tang. Reflect going to block in those projectiles,
Biston!
but down he goes once again. It's not enough to defend at this point because Biston has already scaled up. Cult Altar once again being popped here. Tower goes down. They're going to try to push in the rough waves. Yandere falls with the rough waves, but One Noise falls as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Meow trying his very best to delay the time, but this is a 1-1 you're going after. He's going to be able to pop in that crossbow Tang, and it's a killing spree for Biston, but buying a little bit more time here for Study for Life to defend that base.
Yeah, basically, Study for Life is now screwed here as all their inhibitor towers are destroyed. Evo Esports are looking quite strong right now. A while ago, they were down 2,000. Now they're up by 6,000. Taking all destruction, and look at that set. Reflect has been forced onto a corner, but nice use of Fugo on that IMU for the Cult Altar to save his comrade. But Evo Esports are just waiting for the next floor. They can easily close out this game right now. No one can deal with Upper right now. And Biston, take note of Flash 1 as well on his first damage. They're just waiting for the opportunity here for Study for Life, and they're not even waiting for the Lord now. They're just continuously cutting the waves, keeping them short, so that Evo Esports can easily transition towards this Lord that is about to spawn in the next 25 seconds. And Manoy is picking that immortality up. Is going to provide them that extra safety for the next team fight. Evo Esports are just well prepared now.
Yeah, they've been setting up the place here for Evo, especially your name, and getting Biston to pop in that crossbow. Now, speaking of the 1-1, Biston is going to be able to get that Malefic score for that additional physical penetration. It's going to be very difficult here for Study for Life. Reflect has to make in the Numenon Blast here, especially up against One Noise. But again, you have to think of when to actually throw out that Numenon Blast, because this Lord is already at half HP. And how can you actually be able to contest this one when Oper is actually zoning you further away from this Lord? If they get bursted down, look at Flash 1. flanking from the back, taking down Mikasa. I don't think this is going to be a good call for Evo to actually contest any further. Biston gets knocked in, forces the flicker out here, but Biston is still going to be able to stack that up. Clap stack, mega kill for Biston. He is dishing out so much damage. Cult Altar as well, being popped here by Fugo, but it's inevitable. They get silenced here, they get stunned, but they do have the Lord here for Team Evo. They want to end this as fast as possible. They still don't have the Lord. The super minions are going to crawl in here. Team Evo in the driver's seat. Fortunately, they have Yandere here to pop up that Blazing Duet. Over falls down real low. He has the immortality. There's a shutdown onto Flash 1 by Meow, and they are able to successfully defend that one. I think Study for Life should be able to defend this one, not unless Evo will do some crazy plays here. They do have Yandere here with the pod. This is going to be an easy meltdown on the Lord. And there you go.
Successful defense here by Study for Life. Curtains are closing, but it's not totally closed just yet. We're going to be seeing a pause for the meantime here for both teams, as maybe one of their players are experiencing some technical difficulty, and we have to make sure that these players are playing under peak level conditions. So we're just going to wait till the game resume once again. But so far, Team Evo are already in front of the door to winning against Study for Life, but they have to find a way to finally close this out. The Valentina is actually starting to be a problem because of that Cult Altar steal.
Yeah, I mean, he has been popping that Cult Altar at the moment that Study for Life needs it the most. But again, the problem here is going to be the Cult Altar as well from the other side. So it's going to be, at this point, I really think it's going to be a matter of execution from both sides, from both Study for Life and Team Evo, on how they are able to play this out. But the biggest problem here from Team Evo is going to be the Benedetta of Oper. He's been such a menace to deal with. He has the immortality as well, so he can cut out the waves, continuously pressure the sides here from Team Study for Life, and eventually they can take down the base. Especially, there is no more inhibitors left here for Team Study for Life, but they are holding on. They are.
They're holding strong, staying strong here for Study for Life. I mean, this is their ticket right now. They have to give everything towards it, and we're starting to see their
Yeah.
they're starting to scale up.
Yeah, Valentina Faramis. I don't think we've seen so much of this in the Mekong Qualifiers, GG. So one of the rare occasions that we actually see a lot of team fights, especially if this is I mean, I think before the usual setup would be like a Valentina and an Eve, right? A Valentina and a Forza. But this time, I'm loving this, like a Faramis being put into play, right? There's so much more space for extended team fights. And honestly, if you've seen the revamp on the three heroes, like have you heard of that? The Leomord, the Rise of the Necro Cube. There are three heroes that were revamped: the Leomord, the Vexana, and the Faramis, given so much glow ups, right? Especially even in their appearances. But I think among all the three heroes that got the revamp, it's the Faramis that got the better one.
Yeah, Faramis right now is looking really strong. Though I'm looking forward to the Leomord as well, since it was a fun meta before when I started playing.
Leomord jungle,
Legends.
right?
Leomord jungle into an Angela, and they just
that's so
muscle
difficult
through all team fights. Yeah,
plus the mobility, right? Like when the Leomord can actually use the ultimate, right? You got the Angela attached as well, so that's so much movement speed. I'm looking forward to see that rise up. I mean, speaking of the patch notes, by the way, I think the Leomord has been buffed in the next patch, so let's see if we actually will see that in the meta. I mean, so for so long, it has been the Faramis in the meta for the longest time. And I think one of the greatest answers towards the Faramis is not just the Valentina. I think I've seen answers with the Lolita. Yeah, that's one. Another one is the Minotaur jungle. It has been a thing. Yeah, the Minotaur jungle is a thing in other regions, so I'm not so sure if the Mekong region has picked that up yet. A very good answer to the Faramis, aside from the Lolita. So possibly that could be put into play. Maybe in the playoffs, we don't know just yet because this is still the group stages. So you don't want to reveal too much of what you wanna bring out, especially in the latter stages, because there's only one ticket to the M4 World Championships in Jakarta, Indonesia next year.
Yeah, the Minotaur is really strong in the jungle, and sometimes you do see it being paired up as well with the Faramis too. And actually, I've sent you a couple of composition with the Faramis lately, right? And it's crazy how teams are being able to develop these kinds of compositions at like hero selection, pick and bans, like in a short amount of time, when pressure is really high. So those things has to be considered towards the playoffs soon. But right now we're still in the group stages. Big responsibility, big pressure for Study for Life. Everything is on the line. Only the Crystal remaining here inside their base, but they're starting to fight back. Yandere is starting to scale up as well. Fugo doing lots of incredible work, saving his allies, especially with the IMU getting that cult altar. So despite the burst damage here of Beston and Upper and Flash One as well, if they can time it right and they can answer back effectively, and they can find a way to squeeze their way through these team fights, although it is kind of tight right now. Evo Esports are just trying to force their way in on the side lanes, waiting for the next Lord and waiting for a next opportunity. But Manoy is actually getting spotted out here. Just gonna get zoned away.
You know what? I think Team Evo is planning some split pushes there. You see how Oper and Biston is actually positioning themselves in the bush to actually pressure the lanes before the Luminous Lord actually spawning in 30 seconds. So someone has to make the plays here. Flash One, as well as Biston, is hiding in that bush over there, waiting for someone to pass by. So it's just a matter of execution here. It's so difficult, especially there's not much vision here for Study for Life. They don't know where the members of Team Evo are here, especially Flash One. He can burst down the members from the back lines. He did that up against Yandere. He did that up against Meow. I mean, someone as tanky as Meow, right, is able to do that. And now Oper is a big problem here. Meow has to be sent to take control of Oper's Benedetta that has been continuously pressuring the lane here. Are they going to try to go in again for Meow? Yep. They are going to be sending 4 members actually to pressure Meow here. Are they going to try to commit towards the Lord? There's a lot of minion waves as well coming in to the base of Study for Life. And mind you, they don't have an inhibitor here. So they need to think it through if they want to contest for this Lord. They are setting up the death bush here for Team Evo. Using up those stickers. I'm not so sure what they have planned here. There comes the concealed play as well from Wanois. Who are they going to try to get here? They're going to try to get Fugo. Look at the damage from Biston! There's the Winter Truncheon, but not enough to buy him time. He has the Primal Rat here, be able to sustain. But Biston, once again, is able to pop that crossbow fang. This time, not able to take anyone down. Lots of isolated team fights, but Meow, once again, getting caught in the midst of it all. There's still nothing available just yet. Oper falling really low. He has the immortality here. Once again, Study for Life is able to avoid that one. Nicely done there by Fugo, throwing in that cult altar in the nick of time. If not, that would have been a disaster for Study for Life.
Yeah, and avoiding death, a crucial casualty if ever Fugo dies in that fight. Good job as well by Reflect. Soaking up a lot of damage in that, but once again, Evo Esports actually commit. I actually don't encourage this right now as they don't have the Cult Altar available for them. They have waves slowly pushing onto the side lanes though, so it can draw attention towards Meow. As Upper is just cutting out waves in the mid to put the attention onto him, while Evo Esports are already starting this Lord. And this will take a little bit of time, but they're already about halfway through. They commit onto Reflect, and Yandere Fugo popping out that Cult Altar from Wanois as they get zoned away again, away from the Lord. Study for Life now are being cut short. They have to give this Lord up. but they decide to
No.
maybe squeeze once more as they find Upper cutting them out. Wanoy is just delaying
Oh, nice
their
pull
push.
by Wanoy.
Here comes Meow. Yandere is quite
Oh, they
close.
cast a
Cast
ball.
now by Reflect on his ultimate, catching out just one as the Lord is still up, but they commit with a Cold Altar being thrown at. Fugo is now dead. This is the perfect time as Upper finds Reflect as well, blazing the wet, dealing lots of damage, but Piston will shut them down. Another heavy spin here, and a heavy
Meow
turn
left.
it is.
Oh, you
Evo
put it over.
Esports, they can just get this right now.
this is such a
Meow,
play there by
there's only
Flashpoint.
one left. Ooh, can they stop him?
it's inevitable.
Meow is just being dived upon here, thrown at by all the attacks as Evo Esports will win this fight against Study for Life.
Oh man, that was such a great start by Study for Life, but they failed to close out the game after setups from Team Evo. I mean, I think either or, they will have to contest for that Lord GG. It's so difficult to actually melt down, especially that 22-minute Lord. I think this is the longest game we had in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers, the Group B stages in particular. So Team Evo is going to stand on top, this time getting their first win here in the Group B stages. Such a feat, but don't you guys worry, for Study for Life fans, you still got the next game, but they are going to be going up against the Giants IDNS with no losses at all here in the qualifiers.
No losses and pretty fast games. I think their longest game was with NIIGHTMARE Esports, which was around 17 minutes. But this is the stats, post-game stats of the game of Study for Life and Team Evo, who are doing incredible works. Yandere is pretty strong on this squad, but unfortunately wasn't enough to execute the members of Team Evo, while Bistan is gonna be the MVP, if I'm not mistaken, here with 43% damage onto heroes, lots of siege damage as well towards turrets. Overall, the synergy here of Team Evo has been phenomenal against Study for Life. Unfortunately though, their efforts will be not enough to maybe qualify for the playoffs, but this one will not be forgotten. Biston being the MVP, scoreline of 5-1-11. Overall, a phenomenal work here for Team Evo. And of course, we are going to be looking forward to seeing them once again soon.
Yeah, Team Evo finally getting that W for the Group B stages. And here you have it. Study for Life, their last match for the day up against IDNS. They're going to have to pull off a Cinderella story if they want to win this one. David and Goliath once again to close out the day. So don't you guys worry. You still have one more match here for the Group B stages. We can kind of see already who will be the top 4 teams later on. But for now, we still have one more game to go. IDNS and Team Study for Life once again for the very last time here in the Group B stages. This is Burger Kim and Gigi. We'll be right back after this short break. But for now, enjoy the highlights of the longest game that we had in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers, Study for Life and Team Evo. Take it away.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Save the world. Stop lightning. Lightning.
Exorcist of the dragon spirit here.
Nightmare Esports, but it's being contested.
Đồng chí One One phải lên bảng điểm số. Sâu sâu thì bảy màu và như vậy là quyết dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta.
Everyone down there, Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the monkey. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie plays this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on one.
Welcome back to the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. You're still with Burger Kim and Gigi, and now we're down to our last game for today. For the Group B stages, you got Team Study for Life and IDNS Esports undefeated still in the Group B stages. So will we be seeing them suffer their first loss, or will they continue their domination here in the Group B stages? This was exactly the same match that we had in the Group A stages, where you got the first spot going up against the last spot in the group stages. So what a way to actually close out the day. Let's see how this will fare for both Study for Life, that hasn't gotten a point just yet. And now we're seeing a trend once again. GG, you're right, it's the red side that's getting most of the W's for today. But this is the day number 2. We've already done with the first 5 matches and down to the very last one here. Study for Life and IDNS, another team that has we don't really have much of an information from Study for Life, but so far, you know, they were able to hold out. Unfortunately, for their last match up against Evo Esports, they were able to hold out long, but not long enough to survive the onslaught that Evo Esports was able to bring to them. This is their last chance to showcase what they got, and perhaps maybe have just enjoy their last match here up against IDNS.
It has been tough for them, honestly. Especially due to the strong matchups right now at the Group B. I think for Study for Life, they have to improve significantly in order to match upon these other strong teams. I think most of these players, if not all, on Study for Life are actually from Next Play Esports. From the MSC Mekong Qualifiers, like Reflect and Mew, and well, not all, I guess, but at least these 2 players. IDONOTSLEEP Esports, they are really coming really strong right now at the end of the day number 2 here at the group stages, and right now with the initial bans. So far, Valentina and Faramis open here for both teams. Paquito as well. So lots of choices here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports.
Yeah, they're actually limiting out the jungler here, Mikasa in particular, to take in something else. Mikasa has been playing a lot of the Julian, so maybe that could be something that IDNS will consider. But for Study for Life, IDNS has the first pick here. The Fanny will be respected here, Lois's Fanny in particular. We've seen Lois pull off a Gushan. I know he has a lot more heroes under his belt. So it's either going to be the Valentina Faramis ban here. It depends on how Study for Life wants to go about this. I mean, there's still a lot of heroes. I mean, if not the Valentina Faramis, you still have Xanri to consider. You still have Mizzy Mix heroes to consider here. So Study for Life, they have to choose carefully since IDNS is on the blue side right now.
First pick. Faramis already removed here by Study for Life. They have yet to decide whether to take the Valentina or the Paquito here as well. I think it would be best to take out at least the Valentina. It's too strong here in this game. Although, and the Study for Life has tried it out as well during their match against NIIGHTMARE Esports. I mean, against Evo Esports, and it turned out not that great. Although they pulled off a wonderful fight against that team. IDONOTSLEEP Esports actually taking away the Paquito.
Valentina, but the Wan. So without the Faramis being put into play, are they going to pick up a Diggy here for Study for Life? That's usually the answer to the Wan. And then the Akai's are really taken away here. So maybe perhaps a I'm thinking, I'm thinking more or less the Diggy here. Diggy Julian for Study for Life, since those are comfort picks. The Diggy has never been opened up just yet, so possibly that could be a strategy here to go up against the 1-1, or maybe just Study for Life, trying out something new, maybe putting a mage in the gold lane to continuously pressure the 1-1, like the Lunox. Lilia, I've seen being utilized up against the 1-1 as well, or not unless they want to go for an entirely different strategy. That could be a possible option for Study for Life.
Yeah, Study for Life should at least pick up a couple of front lines here. Maybe fighters and burst heroes. They pick up the Melissa, like it said, and the Jillian, readily available for them. And this should be pretty nice already on the side of Study for Life. On the roaming tank side, I'm looking for maybe a hero that can soak up a lot of damage and also engage towards IDONOTSLEEP Esports. That is quite sad. They pick up the Grok already in. It would have been nice if Study for Life has chosen this, but IDONOTSLEEP Esports not slacking at all. 1-1, Grok, and Defarsa. Lots of damage and crowd control by just these 3 picks.
Now for Study for Life, it's difficult to pull off the Atlas at this point, right? I mean, the 1-1 can actually cancel out the fatal links from your side. So Study for Life, are they going to be putting up a Melissa Diggy? Oh, okay, no. They're still gonna go for the Atlas to set up the place. Especially, they do need to consider that there is a Farsa in the backlines. If they can pull out a very nice flicker fatal links combo from their side, that would be very good. And without the Diggy, IDNS has already picked up their roamer, so this could be something. Again, going for the engage, going for the setups once again for both sides. Final 2 bans here for both sides, IDNS and Study for Life. They still do need a jungler here, something for Lois and something for Izzy on the side. They take out the Dyrot, kind of anticipating maybe perhaps they'll pick up the Esmeralda for their side. They do have the first pick in the second phase, not unless IDNS will take out the Esmeralda as well. That could be an option.
Yeah, that will be a smart ban for IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They have to take it away, maybe the Fredrin as well, given its large amount of durability, not only in the lane but also in team fights. So IDONOTSLEEP Esports still has 1 more ban. Maybe take it away, Study for Life. It would give them an option, I guess, to pick up something that can interrupt the positioning here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Possibly they use the Yuzong in the XP lane.
Yeah, for Lois in particular, he has Rock the Cushion, Rock the Fanny as well, very good. And perhaps maybe a Karina could come through here for IDNS, something that Lois picks up as well, not unless Study for Life just wants to limit out more side laners here. Oh, just as I said it, there you go. The Karina will be banned away by Study for Life as their final ban, and the Phoveus as well, something to take control of the 1-1. That's a lot of heroes taken out for the side. So what's left here is the Fredrin. The Paquito's also out of the equation. I'm not so sure why the Masha isn't being picked up here in the Mekong Qualifiers. It's still open here. Masha, Fredrin, but they're gonna go for the Benedetta as well. Fast clear in the sides. I'm liking this for Study for Life. This is the biggest threat that they faced up against Team Evo, and they're gonna be playing it themselves. Benedetta for their side lane, something for Lois here, and Izzy as well, something to take control of the Benedetta. And this time the Phoveus is already banned, so they can't pick that up just yet. They do need someone that can actually fit the tempo of the Benedetta.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why they don't necessarily like or they don't prefer the Masha is that these teams like AoE damage instead of single target isolations. Right now they picked up the Benedetta, which is pretty decent as well on the XP lane. Study for Life has witnessed this earlier during their match against Team Evo, and despite the Esmeralda pick off, the Benedetta actually made it through all of those front lines. Study for Life getting the Gusion. Wow, this is quite ambitious.
Very ambitious indeed. this Gushan is the exact same lineup that IDNS had, okay? The Study for Life is just really taking notes right now from other teams, the Benedetta, the Gushan as well. So this is kind of them trying to pack up their own style, put different styles all together, maybe creating something new from this. Also, I'm completely surprised by that Gushan. Gushan
Yeah.
Jungle. I mean, wow. I don't know what you think about this, Gigi. I have never played a Gushan ever since I started playing Mobile Legends, but maybe you can
Actually,
give
I like
us
the
an
lineup.
idea.
I like the
Which
lineup
one?
here.
IDNS? Or Study for Life?
I like the IDNS Esports is more mechanically capable of pulling off this kind of composition, the ones that they drafted, especially with the Ling. Lots of rotation possible here for this team. Lots of mobility as well. But I'm liking the team fighting capability here of Study for Life, especially the Atlas into the Gushan combination. That is pretty sick. If ever they would be able to pull it off. And pretty much nobody can counter the Fatal Link since Diggy is not here. At most, the Grok can do something about it. But overall, miracle plays can actually happen here for Study for Life.
Wait, hold on. It's a mid lane Gushan. It's a mid lane Gushan by Yandere. Yeah, he's not the jungler here. But there you go, Yandere. So much of the Gushan. He gets caught in the middle of it all. Gets bursted down by IDNS. They draw the first blood in this round.
Wrong notes, I guess, here for Study for Life. They tried Gushan. Not really the best laner, honestly, given the melee to range matchup on the far side. Plus now, NIIGHTMARE Esports being really aggressive towards top side as they will take the kill onto Fugo, though he's even wanting to secure that last hit. As Study for Life now being pressured quite a lot. But the nice damage towards Zane. Actually, he survives as Reflect right now trying to chase him down, but realizes there's the Ling right on top of me. Aggressiveness here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports is just so intense.
I'm not so sure who has. I think it's Reflect that should have the roamer. I mean, I'm not so sure if the Gushan built it towards the dire hit. So I'm not so sure who has the roam here. Or maybe it's like a double roam for Study for Life. I mean, that could be the case. And now Petrify going to be committed here by Izzy. Yao is able to pop in. Not able to survive that. That was a tower in the midst of both of them. So there's absolutely no escape for the Benedetta there. And now Lois going to be picking up 3 kills already here for IDNS. They're going to start out this turtle. Yandere does not have the incandescence just yet to be able to pop in the combo of the Gushan. But Lois already starting out this turtle, half HP. I don't think there will be any contest here by Study for Life. And IDNS is just going to be able to really secure this one without Study for Life contesting for it.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, especially in the early game. Now we're seeing, Lois having a bit of a good time here, just getting his farm up as the rest of the team also looking for picks across the map. Mizumek is not even staying at this lane, wanting to shut down Fugo as much as possible, but we're seeing Mikasa joining the top side as well. Nice Fatal Links on
they missed
one,
the Fatal
but maybe
Links.
the wrong target because now he flies as he gets a kill here onto Reflect. Mikasa and Fugu cannot do anything, but here comes Yandere joining them as well. Not really capable of getting any kills yet though.
Yep. It was fortunate enough for 33 to be able to pop that second skill to cancel out the Fatal Links from Reflex. And right after that, Mizzy Mink was able to land that Feathered Airstrike, taken down Reflex after that setup. And we are yet to see this Gushan, Yandere on this Gushan with the Petrify. So they're trying to go in for the dives here from IDNS. But again, a continuous pressure here on the top side. Lloyd's going to try to go in for Fugo. He has to go away to be able to sustain the damage. 33 already on a killing spree right now. Unable to find anything for a Study for Life. They are going to be backing away. There is the Fatal Links here from Reflect, but the damage has been done. Their gold laner is out. And 33 continues this rampage on the bottom side. Not unless Yandere will be able to find that pick off.
Izzy as well, just getting a kill across the lane. Now Mikasa tried to help him,
Mikasa's
but
in trouble.
with Lois in the equation, yeah, he's gonna be much more in trouble. 7-0, 2,000 gold lead. IDONOTSLEEP Esports getting everything, and now it's a turtle spawns in the bot side river. This is gonna be a free one for them. Actually, the Izzy and Lois just maybe attempting on pushing out this
much gold.
tower first to gain some gold. Yeah, they're being very, very rich right now.
That's 3 to 14k already for IDNS, and they can further capitalize on their gold lead if they take this turtle. Here comes the Electro final blow, but the Petrify and the Feathered Airstrike lands onto Meow, even under their own tower. Not safe from that. Isolated kills across the board. Still 33 on a rampage there. If this keeps on going, Study for Life will not be able to take control of 33 at this point. Reflex, even with the Fatal Links, not enough to take him down. And as we're saying, all of that is just a 5-minute mark. Lois once again securing this turtle for IDNS.
5 minutes into the game, we're already seeing 10 kills here by IDONOTSLEEP Esports. No casualties, no damage on their turrets, and almost a 5,000 gold lead as well. It's gonna be 5 once they take this turret at top, as 33 is doing quite a lot of damage onto it. Study for Life struggling quite a lot to study their opponents right now in this particular game. Triple man dive here, but suddenly Lois is in the equation. They finally get their first kill, but Lois is looking to finish things up with a Tempest of Blaze being casted upon them. Dealing lots of damage. Nice shutdown though by Meow. As now everyone joins. IDONOTSLEEP Esports is looking to deal quite a bit of damage here, but Reflex cutting the path off as Zanri casts that wall. Now they have to finally commit on backing away.
Oh, the passive was popped up there by Meow, able to outplay Lois after the Tempest of Blades, but IDNS immediately answers it out with the rotation coming in from Zanri and Mizime. It's quite funny here that for Study for Life, they lack sleep because they're constantly studying, right? And for IDNS, they just don't sleep at all. So
yeah,
well, these two teams just for IDNS, I mean it's good. They have been getting kills all across the map. At the same time, they've been getting all the objectives. But for Study for Life, they really have to group up here to be able to make the pickoffs, just like they did with Izzy there, getting a 3-man gank. And now speaking of Izzy, he's gonna go there and commit to the Black Dragon form. Electro final blow from Meow and the Feathered Airstrike as well. They're trying to siege this mid-side tower, but they are unable to get anything. Here comes the last turtle of the game. IDNS is gonna be eyeing this last one to be able to capitalize further on their gold lead. They're standing at a 22.5k right now.
Yeah, but so far, Study for Life is actually keeping up quite well. The 4,000 gold lead is not increasing anymore as IDONOTSLEEP Esports starting to have a bit of a hard time picking up the succeeding kills, as now we're seeing Study for Life grouping up in mid, taking that first turret off the game. Mid lane, tier 1, as Zanri and 33 looks to collapse upon them, as Meow as well looking to back away, but being chased on by every single one. Pops out that ultimate just to stay alive, but this turtle is still gonna get taken away. Good push though by Mikasa onto the bot lane, helping them recover even better on the gold side.
Oh, it's a good thing that Study for Life is actually just going to be taking in the towers. So they're knowing that they haven't been winning any of the fights. It's just going to be a very good call to maybe pressure in the sides, take down the towers, and Meow as well going to be pushing that top side, while the rest of the members of IDNS are just waiting to make in the place here. Zanri and Reflect, that is going to be the battle here. Izzy as well, when he is going to be able to pop that Black Dragon form. And Yandere as well, with the Incandescence combo. He has been, oh well, unsuccessful in doing so. Not getting any kills just yet, but he has been quite aggressive as well, going in for the dives, especially up against Mizimik and Lois, if given. 33, taking that tower on the bot side, at least taking something for IDNS right now.
Being bursted out, isolated.
There you go.
Unfortunate casualty there for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, as Meow actually doing quite a lot of work here in team fights, drawing attention towards him as Study for Life trying to recover for the gold. Nice pick up
Mizzy Ming.
onto Mizzy Ming, and the Fatal Links definitely was premier in that fight.
Study for Life. What they're trying to do here is just assassinate IDNS one by one. You see how they positioned themselves in bushes? Yandere was able to pop that combo, and with the Fatal Links from Reflect, Mizzy Ming wasn't able to survive that. So I think the strategy here for Study for Life is just to isolate the members. They can definitely pull off those split pushes here with the Gushun and the Benedetta, and that's what they have been doing so far. And with the Benedetta's Electo final blow, it's not going to be easy for IDNS to actually catch them, not unless they want to overcommit there. They already took down 3 towers here. Study for Life doing quite well up against IDNS, especially with the kills that IDNS has been taking. They have equalized it in terms of the tower takes.
Yeah, able to catch up in terms of gold, mitigating it towards 3,000 gold deficit now for Study for Life. And honestly, we're starting to see some of them pop off a bit. Their pick-offs has been quite on point so far. And despite the 8 kill down of them compared to IDONOTSLEEP Esports, now we're starting to see IDNS actually slowing down their tempo. Now they're being the ones threatened with a gank, but Izzy actually spots them out and says, "No, you don't. I engage onto you." Petrify use onto Fugo, and Mizzy Ming will pick up that kill. Now with Izzy still maintaining on the front line, Xanady joins him. On the other side, though, that's a nice pickup by Yandere onto Lois, shutting them down as well. Reflect only alone here, forced to flicker away.
33.
The wall nearly catches him, but 33 dealing quite a lot here in this fight as they scatter the members of Study for Life, flies away, but not much damage actually thrown out just yet. Still just in the early game as IDONOTS Esports still winning in this fight. Now with the Lord in the equation, they can wait for this to be luminous at the 12-minute mark or take it away right now. They have all the time in the world.
I think Yandere was able to get the purple away from Lois. And fantastic, and a bush place here by Yandere has been so on point, especially with that Petrify. You can't really escape the combo of the Gushun. And now he's going to try to go for Izzy there on the top side. He's pressuring that lane. Meow as well, Reflect, popping in that Conceal. Yandere as well on the top side, up against Izzy. Will he be able to sustain that one? Black Dragon form just in the nick of time. IDNS knows that as well. All the ultimates have been burned here. Lord is still up, but I think for IDNS, it's going to be a safer call if they perhaps wait for the right time to engage.
Yeah, they have to be a little patient now, especially with Study for Life catching up slowly but surely.
Oh,
now
no,
with
they got
only
Mikasa.
2,000 gold deficit. Oh, Xanary is stuck here on his,
In his
own
own.
wall, and it gets taken down by Fugo. Nice kill though
Oh,
by
but
Mizzy Ming
Mikasa's
with the
gonna be
feathered
the
airstrike
trade-off.
on the grouped up members of Study for Life. And now IDONOTSLEEP Esports looking to collapse. Lois is in the fight, finally gets the revenge onto Yandere, as now they look for these isolated fights, going at all onto Study for Life. 33 just waiting for the opportunity to fly once again. Mizzy Ming just looking for an angle too, as 33 soaking up quite a bit of damage there. But now with a feathered airstrike once again, they get another kill, taking down Fugo in the process. IDONOTSLEEP Esports still getting a hang of it, but Study for Life are resisting quite effectively.
Wow, Reflect is there in the bush. He's gonna wait to make in that Fatal Link. He's gonna be clearing out the waves. Meow as well, gonna pop in that Electo final blow. But for Study for Life, they are actually holding out pretty well up against IDNS. I mean, getting in 3 towers, equalizing the tower takes that IDNS has, and right now they are already getting the items that they need. So right now, all you need to do is Yandere, perhaps assassinate Lois, assassinate Mizzy Ming. They are in the bush here. Xanry is trying to spot them. But with this Lord, it's going to be crucial here for both sides.
Ooh,
So, feathered airstrike once again by Mizzy Ming. That's a lot of damage coming through for the Farsa, Winter Truncheon as well has been bought here by Yandere to buy him some time. But IDNS, they're just chunking down the HP, so Study for Life real low so that they can position themselves here in the Lord. Mikasa, Reflect, waiting for that nice Fatal Links. He has the Flicker here. He can make the surprise plays, but Lois has the Tempest of Blades here. Retribution comes through. 33, gonna try to go in for the Crossbow of Tang. Meow as well, joining the party. Mikasa falls with the Crossbow of Tang. There might just be another one. Meow as well. You get the double kill for 33, forcing Study for Life to back away. Nicely executed by IDNS. They also got the Lord.
Not done. Ugo being forced out here into leaving their turret in the mid lane as they got it right now. 6,000 gold lead for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, finally recovering from a while ago, stopping the recovery as well by Study for Life as they now apply pressure on all three lanes. A while ago they were kind of struggling on split pushing, but now with the Lord things are much smoother, especially with the Lord charging towards this bot side tower. Half health already, they have access towards the top side as well. Izzy will join the fight in the bot side, but they have to take the tower down. Nice dive into the knock-up, but Izzy is gonna get thrown out. Finally gets the turret. 33 is free hitting. Yandere with a burst, and now Lois joins the backside, cutting them out. Tempest of Blades for that burst, but nice use of the Winter Truncheon. Yandere survives. They fall back for now. They're happy with what they got. They got 2 inhib turrets.
That's a 3 for a price of 2 up against Study for Life. They have defended so well. Yandere being able to pop that incandescence and the Winter Truncheon just to buy him some time. They defended very well. This is the same thing that they did up against Evo. And now they're doing it up against the top seed team here in Group B. So I'm looking forward to see more of Study for Life, taking notes from the different teams, putting the Gusion in the mid lane. Kind of a question mark for a lot of you guys. But so far, Yandere has been making the proper targets, especially up against Mizzy Mink and 33. Reflect right now. 33 already has the immortality here, but Yandere is gonna get spotted there in the bush, and the wild charge here coming through from Sandry. He gets taken down by Lois, and now they're gonna go for it. IDNS, they have the numbers advantage. Predator strike landed there on the 2 members, but not for long. They pop in all the ultimates, and IDNS getting a very good trade there.
Yeah, that's a nice trade. 30 seconds before the Lord, IDONOTSLEEP Esports suddenly recovered their grip towards this game and taking absolute control over the movements here of Study for Life. Now with 15 seconds left on the clock for the Lord, they can just easily prevent them having access towards this location. They're just zoning them off. There's constant waves crashing down on their side lanes. Mikasa though, roaming, so far lurking here. Possible attempt on a steal on the Lord. If he is gonna be making this work, this is going to be insane. So far they are starting it. Spots out Mikasa though, and that is going to be disaster for him. Tries to fall back here as Yandere is looking for a flank. Now Xandri popping out. He
spots Yandere here.
Conceal. Oh, they spot him out. They spot Yandere. Oh, late time for that Winter Truncheon. You're not gonna be able to escape anymore as Reflect also gets thrown out as 33 flies right at him. IDONOTSLEEP Esports securing the objective as the Lord is for them right now. Calling it out towards top side as they chase Mikasa down. Here comes the 4 members, the 5 of IDONOTSLEEP Esports, taking away Mikasa and Study for Life. Only 3 people alive. This is gonna be difficult to defend their base.
This is the 18-minute Lord. 33 is unstoppable at this point. I can't believe this man played the XP lane. Now playing at the gold lane. He is unstoppable with the Swana, standing at the 709. And now here comes the Lord for the side of IDNS. Reflect as well, waiting for that play, that fatal link, feather there strike. But look at that, Reflect going for the back lines. But gets stunned here by 33, is able to pop that, takes him down. Lord needs to be taken care of here by Study for Life. Towers go down one by one. Yandere is up, has the immortality. You're gonna try to go for the assassination. But the wild charge by Zandri once again. They're gonna lock in the base. IDNS right now gonna take the victory for the last game.
Yeah, 3-0 here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports at Group B. Phenomenal, fantastic performance of this amazing team. But I want to commend Study for Life as well. They put up a good fight this time. They put up a good fight. Started off dominating for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, and slowly they recovered. Slowly they have adapted towards the movements here of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. Unfortunately though, it wasn't enough already. We kind of reached towards a point of no return of the game. It is really difficult for them to pull off that composition anymore against the likes of IDONOTSLEEP Esports. They threw out their recklessness here for IDONOTSLEEP Esports and became a much more disciplined team approaching Study for Life. At least they earned their respect. I'll give that to them.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a very easy game for IDNS. Usually they close, if this is the case, right? You're the top seed, you're going up against the bottommost seed. And this is the team that seriously had a very easy, like, Study for Life has been closing out games quite late. They've defended successfully. And I think the main key for Study for Life, they were trying to go in for those the split pushes. They were also going in for those solo assassinations, especially by Yandere, getting a solo kill onto Mizingming as well as Lois while they were farming. So I was thinking that was probably the strategy, as assassinate the members of IDNS one by one, go for the split pushes. Perhaps they could take away the main tower of IDNS, but IDNS, for the last few minutes of the game, they were able to execute properly, finding the openings that they need, and the presence of mind was really there for all the members of IDNS, knowing that this is a team that has fought together for a very long time, fighting in MSC, even in the previous MSC as well. And 33, like what I mentioned, this guy was playing on the side lanes, the XP lane in particular, and right now really rocking this 1-1, 7-0-11, going for the immortality and the Tina Shield. No boots at all for this 1-1, 7-0-11.
Incredible performance by 33, and even making a lot of plays. Or whenever he flies, someone usually dies and even gets a double kill in some of the instances. Well play right there. I want to commend Yandere, Meow though, on the side of Study for Life for their split pushes that help them delay the game. Incredible scoreline here, 7-0 and 11 for 33, and they're gonna be looking really strong right now, much better going towards the playoffs, as well they're gonna be matched upon to I don't know.
MDH.
Will it be MDH or WAWA Gaming?
WAWA Gaming.
We'll know later on.
Yeah, I mean, 33. Yes, this is the man playing in the XP lane. Amy 33. He was the one playing. Like, he has so many commendable plays, honestly, this guy. And I am really so happy to see him play another type of role for the Mekong Qualifiers, just showing how many heroes this guy can rock. Down to the Ruby, Masha as well, when he was playing the XP lane. Right now, playing in the gold lane, showing us that he can rock a Bruno, can rock a Wana. Basically, just give this guy anything, he can make the place.
And let's see what will be the next schedule of games, what will be the updates as well here on the bracket. We will be showing it to you on the screen later on, but first we want to commend both teams. First, Study for Life and Evo Esports for putting up a good fight. This is the result of today's games. NIIGHTMARE Esports having a nice performance as well, 2-1 in score. And well, for IDONOTSLEEP Esports, of course, it's a one-sided performance by them. At most, I think the team that made them sweat a bit was NIIGHTMARE Esports. But
no, I think it was Study for Life. I mean, in terms of the games.
Study for Life, honestly. Yeah.
Surprisingly, right? Surprisingly, right? Because I think it was a dominating game from I mean, NIIGHTMARE Esports had a good drive. I think that was the game where they had the Jawhead. So it was more of they couldn't really engage for Nightmare Esports. But again, it doesn't matter at this point because they are still the second placers here. Let's take a look at the rankings for both A and B right now. We have a better picture of what will happen down in the playoffs. You got MDH and WAWA Gaming, and then IDNS and Nightmare Esports standing on top here at the Group E stages. But unfortunately for Team Evo and Study for Life, they're gonna have to bid goodbye here in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers and hope to see them in the future qualifiers as well, either for MSC or maybe M5. Come back stronger.
Yeah, and of course, we encourage these teams to do better next time we see them, as we have high expectations for them. We love seeing these teams grow. We love seeing them improve, and we have seen them quite a lot of times already. Here is the bracket for the playoffs. MDH Esports gonna be the one to take on Nightmare Esports, as IDONOTSLEEP Esports will battle against WAWA Gaming. So possibly we're gonna be seeing some teams going down towards the lower bracket. This is going to be a tight series starting from now.
Definitely. The top 4 teams, right? Oh, it's gonna be a dead. Oh man. This might actually be, we might actually see a glimpse of the grand finals right before we head over to it. Like maybe if I'm just predicting the top seeds will move forward, MDH and IDNS, and then someone will fall to the lower bracket, and then eventually they'll still meet again in the grand final. I don't know, right? And for WAWA Gaming and Nightmare Esports, they're gonna have to pull more off in the next stage of the playoffs. We do have the top 4 teams already. You've seen the brackets. There's still a second life this time for all of our teams. But see you guys on today's Thursday, so we'll see you guys once again on Saturday, GG, for the playoffs, the semifinals. So see you guys once again, same time, same place here, and be sure to follow the MLBB updates on their social media pages, MLBB Esports, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And that's it for Burger Kim and GG. We'll see you on Saturday. Get some good rest because we are about to head over to the playoffs here in the Mekong Qualifiers. But for now, we bid you goodbye. See you again on Saturday.